morning. Good morning. And welcome to the 30th Annual McNair Scholars Closing Research Symposium. This year marks 30 years of the McNair Scholars Program on the Wichita State campus. For 3 decades, McNair has empowered first-generation, income-limited, and underrepresented students to pursue doctoral study and academic inquiry. Today, we celebrate not only the achievements of today's scholars, but also the legacy of excellence and resilience that has defined our program since its beginning. We are honored to have you here with us today to celebrate our students' growth and achievement. To help us kick off this momentous day, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Alicia Thompson, Associate Vice President of Pre-K-12 Connections and Special Projects.
Good morning, everyone. You guys got to wake up this morning. Good morning. This is an exciting day, so I want you guys to make sure we are awake and ready to go. I know it's kind of early on a Friday morning, but we are here to celebrate the accomplishments of our McNair scholars. I am Dr. Alicia Thompson, Associate Vice President of Pre-K-12 Connections and Special Projects here at Wichita State. I recently retired as the superintendent of the Wichita Public Schools after serving our community for 31 years. Now I'm excited to be part of Shocker Nation, where I will continue to do what I love, and that is to work and serve with the students and inside of our community. It is truly an honor to be with you today as we celebrate the accomplishments of the McNair Scholars and reflect on the incredible impact of TRIO programs. I just got off the plane last night from the Gear Up Conference, where we also had the opportunity to take some students with us to San Francisco to also have an opportunity to celebrate the accomplishments of their work. And for over 30 years, the McNair program has been a vital part of our campus, helping over 400 students pursue graduate studies and reach their fullest potential. Today's events marks the culmination of the year of hard work of 15 students. Raise your hands if you're a student in here. The 15 students that are in here, the undergrad students who have completed this task. Each student has taken on the rigorous research project and will present their findings through both poster and presentations. Their dedication and passion are what this program is all about. I want to also take this moment to honor someone who was not only a champion for this program, but also someone that was near and dear to my heart. My sorority sister and personal friend, Dr. LaWanda Holt-Fields. LaWanda was deeply committed to the McNair program. That's all she talked about. Every time we would go out, wherever there was a dinner, sorority meeting, she was up talking about the McNair students. And so we felt like we were already part of the program before we even knew anything really about the program because of her advocacy of this work. She gave her heart to this work and made a lasting difference in the lives of so many students. Her legacy is woven into the fabric of this program, and her spirit lives on with us today. And finally, I would like to congratulate Dr. Ashley for her incredible team and the outstanding work that they've done to prepare our students for this moment. Your guidance, mentorship, and commitment has been instrumental in their growth and success. So congratulations to you and your team. And during lunch, we'll share a special highlight reel showcasing the journey and accomplishments of the scholars. I hope it reminds us all of the power of the mentorship, opportunity, and community that we share here at Wichita State University. So again, congratulations to our scholars, and we are proud of you, and we are excited to what lies ahead for us as we celebrate you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for providing remarks today. We have a small token of our. Thanks. Thank you. Can you take a picture?
Hello, everyone. My name is Juan Hernandez, and I'm a senior studying mechanical engineering. I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to present to you my research, which is human-robot collaboration and its impact on ergonomic strain. So many industries today are looking for methods of manufacturing that are more efficient in regards to time and cost. And this has led to the development of tools such as AI and advanced industrial robots. These are robots that are capable of welding, drilling, assembly, and other manufacturing tasks. With the development of these robots, the programming software has also become really advanced and more complicated, which has led to a steeper learning curve. To solve this, newer methods of programming have been developed, such as offline programming and even augmented reality programming. With these new tools, the manufacturing process has been impacted significantly, as we see more companies shifting towards factory automation. And this shift towards automation has been called Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 introduces ideas such as human-robot collaboration, which is when a worker and a collaborative robot work in the same space to accomplish the same task. So, when evaluating this method of manufacturing, it's important to consider the ergonomics. Ergonomics is the study of human-machine interaction and what factors can impact that interaction. A component to ergonomics is risk assessment, which is evaluating any potential areas of risk for ergonomic strain in a worker in their environment. And in this case, the environment in question is one that includes human-robot collaboration, which leads me to my research objective, and that is to evaluate the ergonomic strain of human-robot collaboration. I did this using Delmia's 3D Experience simulation software that provided me with ergonomic worker models and also allowed me to generate ergonomic reports. I created 2 simulations to compare workspaces with and without human-robot collaboration. The task in both of these simulations was to assemble a gearbox, and after these simulations were created, I generated ergonomic reports which followed RULA standards. RULA stands for Rapid Upper Limb Assessment, and it is a tool that ergonomics use to evaluate a person in their work environment or doing their work to see if there are any possible areas of risk that can impact their health. So, with Delmia's 3D Experience platform, I used several apps to create these 2 simulations. One app would be the Ergonomic Workplace Design, and this essentially allowed me to run that simulation, and it provided me with the ergonomic worker models and also to generate ergonomic reports. Another app would be the Plant Layout Design, which allowed me to manipulate whatever workstations or workbenches I needed. It allowed me to include power drills, conveyor belts, the collaborative robot. And the last app that I used would be the Process Planning app. And this essentially allowed me to specify what the product was, in this case, the gearbox, what parts go in that product, what is the order of assembly, and what operations are used in that assembly. Operations include screwing, drilling, assembly. And so the first workstation is the image you see under Simulation 1, or the first workstation includes the workbench and a power drill. And essentially the process there is the worker would pick up these parts, the bearing cover, the housing, whatnot, and use the power drill and whatnot to assemble these parts. The workstation for Simulation 2 includes a collaborative robot, a conveyor belt, a shadow box, which is that black plate that you see sitting on the conveyor belt, and a bin, which contain all the bolts. So the gearbox was comprised of 3 parts. The bearing cover, which is that gray piece you see on top of the yellow housing. And the housing is that the yellow piece, and the bolts, which attach the bearing cover and the housing. So the process for this first simulation included the worker picking up the bearing cover, placing it on top of the housing, and then placing the bolts in each of the respective holes and using the power drill to screw those bolts down. For the second simulation, the collaborative robot was responsible for screwing the bolts down. So in the Ergonomic Workplace Design app, I created worker tasks, which were essentially steps that those workers took to assemble the gearbox. So for example, Simulation 1, the first step or the first worker task would have been to pick up the bearing cover. The subsequent worker task would be to place that bearing cover on top of the housing, and so on and so forth. So In each of these worker tasks, I could specify the action, such as to grab an object or to insert an object. And then I could specify the hand, which hand, the left or the right hand that the worker used, and what objects were used in that worker task, such as the power drill. After these worker tasks were created, each one generated a ergonomic report, which which detailed any possible risk, and it ranged from low-level, mid-level, to high-level ergonomic strain risk. And ergonomic workplace design app only allowed for 4 different worker models, ranging from 5th percentile female to 50th percentile female, and 50th percentile male to 95th percentile male. So here are the results for each of the simulations. Simulation 1, it took a total of 15 tasks for the worker to assemble the gearbox. For simulation 2, this decreased to 10 tasks, as the collaborative robot was responsible for screwing those bolts down. As you can see, for both simulations, the 50th percentile male and the 95th percentile male experienced no mid-level, high-level ergonomic strain risk. For the 5th percentile female, on simulation 1, there were a total of 8 tasks that were reported to have some mid-level ergonomic strain risk, as compared to simulation 2, which decreased to 4 tasks with mid-level ergonomic strain risk. The 50th percentile female had no reported mid-level, high-level risk, but for simulation 2, this increased to 4 tasks with reported mid-level risk. It's also important to note that for one of the tasks for the 5th percentile female in simulation 1, there was an undefined risk, and this simply means that the software wasn't able to compute what that risk was. So for simulation 1, the tasks that had been reported to have mid-level risk were ones that involved inserting the bolts, picking up the power drill, and screwing those bolts down. And this mainly impacted the 5th percentile female's shoulder and back joints. For simulation 2, the tasks that were reported to have those mid-level risks were ones that involved grabbing the bolts from the bin. And this mainly impacted the shoulder joints of the 50th and the 5th percentile female. So the decrease in mid-level ergonomic strain risk for the 5th percentile female could indicate that because there was a decrease in worker task, or for workers at least, this could lead to a possible decrease in ergonomic strain risk. However, it could also present some new areas of risks. So for example, the 50th percentile female had an increase in ergonomic strain risk. So it really boils down to ensuring that there's a better layout plan. So had I placed that bin maybe lower or closer to those ergonomic worker models, this probably could have been mitigated to a low-level risk. So one limitation that is important to note would be the power drill grasp. When I was creating these 2 simulations, the software requires us to categorize each object. In this case, the power drill needed to be categorized, and this lets the software know what that object is and what grasp the ergonomic worker model needs to make on that object. The options for categorization seemed fairly limited, and it was not obvious if there could have been more options added. So this led to a rather awkward grasp from each worker model, as you can see in the 2 images. And this could lead to a possible area of research in which we evaluate a workstation or work environment and evaluate the impact that tools have on ergonomics, such as the shape and the weight of those tools. Another possible area of research would be RULA analysis, but in the more conventional method in which images are taken of these workers and indexing scores, for example, 1 through 7 are used to determine if there's some changes that need to be made or if there is any possible risk of ergonomic strain. With that being said, I'd like to thank you for your time, and I'll open it up for any questions.
So for your simulations and your worker tasks, were they based on any sort of real life observation, or were these just kind of taken from your imagination and put into the system?
So I guess it's a little more of the second thing, where it was not really based on real life observations, but rather this could lead to maybe a possible in real life simulation to where we can actually see what it takes and more specifically the time it takes for these workers to assemble the gearbox. But yeah, it was more in regards, or it more came from, you know, just what was provided, and nothing in real life was actually like used to create these simulations. Yep.
To add a little more to that, these are actually two workstations I have in my lab. I'm coming. Oh, sorry. So to add a little more to that, these are two workstations that I have in my lab. So he's doing the ergonomic reports for my lab itself. So, so it wasn't our imagination. I actually need this work, so.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, hang on just a second. We're gonna have you stand over here. Just stick around for a minute. Okay. Thank you so much, Juan. I want to take a minute to highlight a tradition that we have in the McNair Scholars Program. So each first-time research presenter with us receives a McNair Scholars pin. And we encourage students to use this, to wear this not only today, but to celebrate when they engage in research in the future or represent the legacy of the McNair Scholars Program. And I've received pictures from our alumni wearing this pin at their graduate research presentations, and we love that, and we want to see that. Okay, let's take a picture real quick. And if I could bring faculty and research mentors put in a lot of time to mentor these students to fulfill the obligations of their project. And so we're excited when mentors come and to see their students present. And so we've got a special, we're always excited to have research mentors here. But Jose Esquivel is actually a McNair alumni. He received his master's degree and is planning out that doctoral degree in the near future. But we're really excited that he's able to come and give back. Juan also was mentored by Dr. Jorgensen in the engineering department. He was not able to be here today, but we're really excited to have Jose here today.
Thank you.
Can you guys take a picture together? Yeah, together, and then I'll come.
Will you please help me welcome up our next presenter, Sarah Rhodes?
Good morning. My name is Sarah Rhodes, and for the last year and a half, I have worked alongside my mentor, Dr. Pamela O'Neill. Today, I will be presenting you with our findings in a study entitled Bringing It Home: How Emotional Labor Affects Home Life Balances. Stress at work is a daily occurrence for most Americans. The use of emotion work has been seen to contribute to these stress levels. Emotion work most commonly occurs during interpersonal transactions in face-to-face positions. Surface acting is the most detrimental of the three, although the impacts of surface acting spillover have yet to be explored and the impacts they make on home life balances of workers. The purpose of the study is to fill some of those gaps and further explore the effects of surface acting use by childcare workers and educational providers. For this study, the following three hypotheses were established. First, those with children under the age of 6 are going to be more susceptible to the effects of occupational burnout. Secondly, those with children over the age of 18 or those without children are going to have fewer instances of surface acting spillover. And lastly, average levels of burnout will decrease as a child ages. Participants first completed the Work-Related Burnout Assessment Tool, a 33-question quantitative study utilizing a Likert scale to measure their current levels of burnout. Participants were then given pseudonyms before participating in one-on-one interviews. Interviews were then polled to find similar experiences. Participants had to be over the age of 18 and working within the classroom environment to be included in this study. They needed to be within their current position for at least 3 months and fall into one of the following 4 subsets: those with children under the age of 6, those with children over the age of 6 but not yet 18, those without children, and those with children over the age of 18. Participants varied in their level of burnout susceptibility. 4 participants out of 5 were at risk for burnout in more than 4 of the 6 categories. Within those participants, elevated levels of stress were seen in areas like exhaustion, emotional impairment, and mental distance. Several were observed at a very high risk score for burnout susceptibility within a few areas. The highest risk scores did not consistently align with an individual's parenting status or the child's age. When asked about motivational levels, all participants reported low motivation levels post-shift. Some needed full days of recovery, and others expressed guilt or resentment due to family obligations. Opening versus closing shifts impacted both motivation levels and home dynamics. When it came to surface acting spillover, common experiences included irritability, withdrawal, overstimulation, and a lack of patience with loved ones after work. Participants noted emotional distancing from partners and children, especially on high surface acting days. Relationship strain was reported across all cases, often due to fatigue or time scarcity. Participants reported a range of coping mechanisms to help mediate stress, including exercise, mindfulness techniques, isolation, and peer support. However, effectiveness and social supports varied. One participant reported excessive walking as a maladaptive coping mechanism. Participants offered mixed views when it came to parenting difficulty over time. Most agreed that early childhood is more physically demanding. However, later years involve more emotional complexity. Perceived parenting stress was not directly correlated with reported burnout levels. One childless participant showed no significant burnout risk, while the other showed very high risk in most categories. Among those with children under 6, one showed risk at moderate levels, while the other showed high risk in many categories. The participant with only school-age children showed minimal risk in most categories, with a higher risk only in emotionally related areas. While higher risks of burnout were observed in parents of children under the age of 6, they were also observed in those without children and those with children over the age of 6. The age of children does not seem to be a factor when it comes to the risk of burnout. The second hypothesis was supported by these findings. Those without children were less likely to engage in surface acting after a shift than those with children. And lastly, while participants reported more often with a belief that emotional needs make parenting more difficult as a child ages, the potential for burnout was less likely in the participant with children over the age of 6 than seen in those with children under the age of 6. Not only are teachers and caregivers an integral part of our society, but the heavy use of emotion work in interpersonal fields affects a large majority of the population. Having a better understanding of how the use of emotion work affects the workforce, both on and off the clock, will help us serve the mental health needs of our communities as a whole. This study had multiple limitations, including a small sample size containing only one gender and one racial group. Future studies with larger sample sizes could allow for more insight into individual beliefs about complications throughout the aging process, personal spillover effects, and aid in the dissimilarity between participants. Furthermore, the small sample size did not cover all established subsets, missing those with children over the age of 18. The study occurred within one location, utilizing federal employees, most of which with military affiliation. This limits outside perspectives from other child care facilities, which may operate differently and may have changed the responses and burnout levels. The one-time measurement of burnout that occurred did not account for variances over time, which potentially limits the validity of these findings. While the results are still noteworthy, it is likely that variance would have been found within the same test population had they been polled over different days or at different times. Future studies should deploy a time series analysis or repeated observations to increase generalizability and validity. Short interview periods limited information obtained. Extended interview periods would have allowed for a deeper understanding of variables that alter home life balances. Future studies should aim to perform longitudinal studies to better assess increasing or decreasing levels of burnout in parents with aging children, as well as daily variances within the field. Lastly, questions that more directly inquire about personal stress levels may provide a deeper understanding of home life balances and how they are affected by spillover and the vast repercussions of such. Thank you for your time, and I will now be open for questions.
Hi, you may have covered this, but what's surface acting?
Surface acting is the idea of faking the emotions that you have currently to present as a way that is preferred for an organization or for a boss or for a teacher of any situation. So rather than expressing that you feel stressed, you're going to smile and say, "Good morning."
I'm kind of wondering, and granted, again, you mentioned the smaller sample size, but if you thought about the time, and you did mention like the time that the person was in the job as being like one of the criteria, but like if people who had been in their job longer might have more resilience because they're familiar with the work. I'm kind of curious if you had any observations about that.
I did do an extended literature review prior to doing this study, and that was one of the variables that was found, is that those who either have more experience within the job and or more educational background when it comes to child development seem to have more resiliency. I didn't necessarily see that in the 5 participants that I had, even though they did range from 3 years to, I believe, 7 years on the job. But I think that that definitely would have been something that I would have found had I polled more people.
Sarah is a returning researcher, but we're excited to have her mentor here. Dr. O'Neill, if you could come up.
Will you please help me welcome up our next presenter, Dimas Gonzalez?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dimas Gonzalez. I'm a junior here at Wichita State, majoring in social work with a minor in public health. I was able to conduct my research with Dr. Sara Mata, who is the Executive Director of the Office of Hispanic Serving Initiatives here at Wichita State. Me and Dr. Mata worked very closely this last year on the motivations of Latino voters, importance of issues related to the 2024 presidential election. A brief overview of my study entails finding key political topics prior to the 2024 presidential election. And we were also hoping to gain insight on values and issues motivating the Latino community in the state of Kansas to go out to vote in presidential elections. We were also hoping to determine levels of civic engagement from this survey. So some of the methodology that I used, we distributed an online survey that was sent out, I believe, a couple weeks before the presidential election. So the issues were kind of fresh in everybody's head, what they were wanting to gain from the presidential election. We distributed the survey via social media, and something that was really cool to me, we distributed through text messages via Latino registered voters in the state of Kansas. So we kind of used a similar platform that people who are running for senator, governor, whatever would use to send out messages to vote for them during elections. So something that would be, we were hoping this research would be significant, would be understanding the issues that resonate most with Latino voters in the state of Kansas. And it would also allow for a more inclusive political outreach from policymakers, and also including policymaking that will genuinely reflect the population in the state of Kansas. So going over some of the demographics from my study, we were able to identify that we had a decent amount in the 25 to 40 age range, which was also interesting to me because I thought we'd see a larger number in the 18 to 24 age range. And we see that we have more males that participated in the study than we did females in the 25 to 40 age range, which was also interesting to me because when I was doing my when I was reading different articles to see where I would take this research, they listed that younger female Latinas would be more civically engaged than the male counterparts. So we were able to identify 4 key political pressing issues in the Latino community in Kansas. The first one was economy and jobs, ranked 58% by the 84 participants that we had. Out of the 58% that ranked economy and jobs as their top priority prior to the 2024 presidential election, 61 of them stated that they were very dissatisfied with the current state of the economy at that time. So that would be 2024. And then our second key issue was immigration. 52% ranked this as their top pressing issue. So I think this is a very interesting one, especially now with everything we have going on in the US with immigration. We had 42% out of the 52 ranked that creating a pathway to citizenship was their most important topic when discussing immigration. And we had 33% stated that progressive immigration reform is important for their community or something that would drive them to the polls. Healthcare was ranked number 3, which I thought would be higher since we're in Kansas and we have a lot of rural areas. So only 2% believed that we should have an increase in hospitals in rural areas in Kansas, which I thought was interesting. Education was ranked number 4. It was ranked by 27% of the 84 that we had selected in our survey. And out of this 27%, 41% wanted an increase in public funding, which again is kind of interesting, especially now since we're seeing a lot of funding cuts, the dismantlation of the education board or the Board of Education. So I thought it was pretty interesting to see how progressive some of these participants were in their decision making prior to the 2024 elections and what is happening now. Like we had economy and jobs, we have increasing tariffs, we're doing a lot of stuff that's not necessarily benefiting the working class. This is all personal opinion, by the way. Don't fact check me on any of this. So especially with immigration as well, now we see like the alligator Alcatraz thing that's going on in Florida and how we're having stricter immigration laws and we're trying to mass deportation and everything, where we had people in the state of Kansas vote a more progressive way when it comes to immigration. And then a summary of some of the stuff that I did. Here's a visual representation of where we received some of the participants. We received overall 264 participants, but since we were only examining Latino voters in the state of Kansas, we had to cut that down to 84 participants. So it was kind of sad to see we had to cut it by a lot, but we were only focusing on Latino voters. And so we were able to identify the 4 key pressing issues prior to the 2024 presidential election. And what was also interesting is that the top 3 also aligned with a study that was done by the Pew Research Center, which identified our top 3 as the majority top 3 across the country. So I thought it was fascinating to see how the Latino vote is also in the same view or aligning with the majority electorate in the country. And then here's a list of some of my references. And then I'm open to questions if any of you guys have any.
Do you think your results, particularly regarding things with like rural healthcare and things like that, would have been different if your participation pool included more people from rural areas? Based on your map, a lot of them are from like the Kansas City area and Wichita.
Yeah, so we were kind of hoping to get a more spread out in participants, more like Southwest Kansas. And so, yeah, I think it would definitely vary. That number would probably increase if we had more participants in the rural areas.
Did you happen to look at political affiliation at all? Was that taken into account?
We try to keep it very partisan, so we didn't look into either Republican or Democrat, but some of the research that I was doing in some of the articles was saying that the older male Latinos are more conservative because they align with their machismo values than a younger female Latina would. So we try to keep it very partisan and not state anything, but I feel like that would be also very interesting to look into and how each party has their own demographic of Latinos.
I kind of have a second part as well. If
Yeah.
you were, do you think it would be beneficial to do it again after the 2024
Yeah,
election?
so that's actually what me and my mentor are discussing doing now that we kind of got the feedback before, and especially now with everything that is happening in our country. So I think it would be very interesting to kind of do an after analysis.
Thank you.
Did you ever take into consideration like the level of politics that everyone follows, like if they actually pay attention to anything?
Yeah, so I was working with a professor from California State who did something similar, and she presented at OSSE in Chicago. She did something along the lines of how different people are receiving their political information, and she saw that a lot of people are receiving some of their information from Facebook, which we all know isn't that credible of a source. So I think it's also I think that would be something interesting to look into as well.
Demas is also a first-time research presenter, so I want to congratulate you for your first research presentation with McNair.
Will you please welcome up our next presenter, Olivia Wesley?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olivia Wesley. I'm a senior studying economics, and over the past year and a half, I've been working with Dr. Jody Polkowski on my research for the economic reward for a degree in economics. So post-secondary education has become increasingly important to the labor market in the past 50 years. Studies have shown that individuals that get a college degree have better chances at getting better jobs and also higher wages. However, it's also important to realize that not all college majors yield the same reward. My study looks at the reward specifically for the major of economics. Some of the initial investigations concerning this economic reward for economics was in a study done in 2003, which looked at this reward on a national scale within the United States. This study looked at the economic reward in three main areas. Firstly, looking at earnings, or looking at the wage gaps of economics majors from other majors with a regression model. Next, looking at the occupational distribution, or looking at the types of jobs that an economics major could get. Then the propensity for getting a graduate degree, or looking at the preparation that economics prepared their students for different graduate programs and the highest degree earned by those majors. From these three categories, the study found that economics produces substantial economic rewards in comparison to other majors. However, recent studies that have been conducted have yielded conflicting results on the matter. For example, a study done in 2022 did find that economics increases long-term rewards using a sample population in University of California school system. But a study done in 2017 with universities in Texas found that business majors had significant wage gains. A study done in Canada in 2015 found that economics produced lower economic rewards than all business majors, excluding marketing. With this in mind, my research sought to answer the question, what is the economic benefit of an undergraduate degree in economics compared to other majors? And my study sought to build upon the 2003 study, or that initial investigation, by further investigating the current outcomes of majoring in economics compared to other majors and seeing what its standing is like today. I did this through an aggregate data analysis on a national scale within the United States and analyzed the three categories that were also assessed in the 2003 study, that being the occupational distribution, the wage gaps and the relative wage gaps, and then the propensity for obtaining a higher degree. Now, first I want to go over the methodology that I used for my investigation, firstly starting with the data source. So the data that I used was the National Survey of College Graduates. This was the same survey used in that 2003 study. However, I used the 2021 version for that current assessment. Within this survey, there were 142 different fields of study, or different majors, that were provided. And I aggregated these fields of study and also coded them in order to avoid smaller sample sizes during my analysis. I restricted the age population of my study to between the ages of 25 to 55 to make sure that those in the subset that were included, following the same rationale as the study done in 2003, were those that had received a college degree by 2021, and also to account for varying retirement ages. Out of the entire survey, it was cut down to about 63,000 different individuals, with about 1,000 economics majors left in that sample size. And I excluded those that were missing some key information, such as wage or major information. The methods that I used for the study were similar to those used in the 2003 initial investigation. I used data statistical software to complete my data analysis and assess those three areas that I had mentioned prior: the relative wage gaps, occupational distribution, and population within graduate programs. Specifically concerning the relative wage gaps, I used a regression equation comparing demographically similar individuals to one another, and also excluded economics from my subset to serve as the baseline for comparison. Now getting into some of the results of my investigation. So firstly, considering occupations for economics majors, I found the occupational distribution of economics to display great breadth and also a large distribution compared to many of the other majors assessed. Many of the concentrations for economics majors were found in accounting, auditing, finance, and other management-related positions, such as mid-level managers or top-level managers. They displayed a great range of different studies, having high percentages in many various business-related positions or positions as economists. They also showed that they had percentages in law. For management, I found that economics majors were well represented among occupations in attaining management level positions. Now concerning the wage gaps for economics majors, I found economics to fall into a relatively good position overall, being in the top 9 wage earners. Those with higher relative wages included majors such as computer science, finance, and all the engineering majors. Those with lower relative wages from economics were those in education, the arts, social services, liberal arts, history, other social sciences, and then some other science and non-engineering majors. For business specifically, economics fell into a good position, being the second highest business wage earner overall, falling only behind finance. This chart displays some of those wage gaps that I was talking about earlier. Those to your left are going to be those that earned relatively less than economics, and those to your right are going to be those that earned relatively more, with on the x-axis, if you see the 0, that's where economics falls. And then finally, the highest degree earned by undergraduate major. I assessed the 3 graduate degrees that were specified in the National Survey of College Graduates, those being the master's, professional degree, and PhD. For master's degrees, I found economics to fall in the top 5. Professional degrees, they fell in the top 7, showing that they are more likely to pursue things such as higher management with an MBA or a JD in the pursuit of law practices. For PhDs, I found no PhDs present in my sample size. However, there's only a total population of 36 PhDs in my total sample overall. Now I want to go over some considerations concerning my investigation. Firstly, talking about some of the limitations. I had some high P values present during my regression study of the wage gaps for specifically the majors of accounting, other science and engineering, other business, and math and statistics. And this high p-value suggests that these data points are not statistically significant and could just be caused due to random variation. So I had to exclude those really from the comparison of wage gaps in my study. Another one of the points of limitation was the lack of PhDs. There were 0 PhDs present for economics, but there were only 36 PhDs in a total set of about 63,000 different individuals. So I don't really think that that's representative and can be used really as a matter of looking into how many PhDs would be in economics overall. For areas of future studies, I would look into different wage differences of economics compared to other majors, specifically concentrated in an area of higher graduate degree levels, or looking at them versus other majors in comparable jobs or positions. Now finally, to summarize, I looked at the economic reward through the 3 separate categories of job and occupation distribution, the relative wage gaps, and then the propensity for obtaining a higher degree. Concerning occupations, I found economics to have a broad range of occupations more than other majors, demonstrating great job versatility for the major. I also found a great proportion to be in management, which illustrates an ability to advance and take leadership roles as an economics major. For wage gaps, I found economics to fall into a relatively good position overall, having relatively higher wages to most majors assessed, and falling second in the field of business overall, only falling below finance. Concerning higher degrees, I found economics to be among the highest degree earners, with many of them earning or having a greater percentage than other majors to get above a bachelor's degree, solidifying the value of the economics degree in preparation for graduate school. According to the results of these 3 categories, economics appears to continue to have substantial economic benefit when compared to other majors. So with that, thank you all for listening, and I'll open up the floor for any questions.
I was wondering if if the degree isolated just as a bachelor's degree affects the outcome or the income potential, if you look at just, or maybe, yeah, you have some observations on that.
Yes, I believe so. I was actually going to look into the difference between economics majors earning at a bachelor's degree level versus ones that were earning at a master's degree level, but the amount of data and the On the STATA device, it didn't go through. So a lot of those variables were not statistically significant, so I didn't want to use those in my investigation. But I believe that if you were to get just a bachelor's degree in economics, then you would earn relatively less wages than one that would have a graduate degree.
I have a follow-up question, actually. So I was also kind of wondering if, because it sounds like economics has a broader range of like concentrations or different areas, that therefore they might end up with PhDs in different areas because it is broadly applied in other fields potentially. And so, yeah, I was curious if you had thoughts on that as well.
Yes, I think that would be a very interesting point of investigation. Unfortunately, the survey didn't really specify what sorts of PhDs different majors had, or even like if they were getting a professional degree, if they got a JD versus an MBA. That wasn't necessarily clear in the format of the survey, but I think that would be a really interesting point to look into.
Olivia is another one of our first-time presenters. I know you spent a lot of time with this project, and we really appreciate that. I think it turned out fantastic. Hang on, I should have done that all at the same time. We're also excited to welcome her mentor, Dr. Pelkowski. Again, we just really appreciate the time and effort that our research mentors put in.
Next, will you please welcome up Elizabeth Nunez?
Good morning. Thank you for being here. My name is Elizabeth Nunez. I'm currently studying biomedical engineering with a minor in tissue engineering, and today I'll be sharing about a project that means a lot to me personally and professionally. Using EMG to detect subtle changes in hand function after stroke impairments. Stroke rehabilitation is more than just therapy, it's about giving somebody their life back. And I believe our work is small, but a significant step in that direction. Stroke is one of the leading causes of long-term disability, and for many survivors, the hardest part isn't just learning to walk again, it's learning to do something as simple as squeeze a sponge or hold a spoon, or really be able to hug their loved ones. These everyday functions depend on hand strength and coordination, which are often severely impaired, yet traditional assessments often don't capture the struggle of recovery. They tell us if a patient can move, but not how well or how soon. That's where electromyography, or EMG, steps in. This research began with the question, can we use EMG to detect the first sparks of recovery in the muscles before movement is even visible? Imagine being able to hear your muscles whisper long before you can even see them scream or move. That's what EMG allows us to do. It uses electrical activity in your muscle to detect movement and amplitude. It detects early signs of recovery, possibly even before a patient is aware of them. And that can be the difference between guesswork and guided care. And here on the screen, you can see our BioPack EMG system that we used. It was connected to a monitor, and it would have two surface electrodes with leads connecting onto whatever muscle you wanted to read. And for us, that was your forearm. The goal of this study was threefold. First, we wanted to use EMG to detect the onset of muscle activation during a simple hand squeeze task. That exact moment when the muscle starts responding is often missed in traditional assessments, but it's crucial, especially for stroke recovery. Second, we aimed to compare EMG patterns between healthy and participants who were simulating stroke-related impairments. This contrast helped us see how EMG could distinguish between normal and impaired motor control. And finally, we set out to develop and validate custom MATLAB software that could automatically detect onset time and analyze signal amplitude and strength and consistency. We wanted something that was not only accurate, but also reliable enough to use in a clinical setting. In this study, we collected EMG data from 2 participant groups, 6 healthy individuals and 6 participants who were instructed to simulate stroke-related impairments. These simulated stroke participants were asked to intentionally delay their squeeze and minimize their force, mimicking the slower, weaker motor responses commonly seen in stroke patients. Surface EMG electrodes were placed on the forearm muscles responsible for gripping, as shown in the image. Each participant performed repeated ball squeezes using a red foam ball, while the squeeze cue display was cueing them when to squeeze on time or when not to squeeze. Signals were recorded using the BioPack EMG system, giving us clean, well-timed data to analyze muscle activation patterns. And here on the screen, you can see what my setup looked like. You would have 2 surface electrodes connected to leads. You can see the BioPack EMG system, and it was just a normal red stress ball so we could standardize all the squeezing tasks, so they're not squeezing something different, so it's very consistent. To ensure this analysis was synchronized and consistent, we utilized a custom-made JavaScript-based program called the Squeeze Cue Display. I custom built this application to visually prompt participants to squeeze this ball at a regular 5-second interval for 1 second. It was essential in standardizing timing across trials and linking visual stimuli to muscular responses, allowing for accurate onset detection in EMG data. To analyze the EMG data collected, I developed a custom MATLAB software tool tailored specifically for this study. The software main function was to detect the onset of muscle activation, that crucial moment when the muscle starts to contract. This is especially important in stroke rehabilitation, where earlier delayed activation can tell us a lot about neuromuscular function. The software also measured signal amplitude to assess contraction strength and frequency, which helped us understand how consistent or erratic muscle activity was. These metrics allowed us to objectively compare performance across all participant boards. Together, the MATLAB and JavaScript tools create a robust, fully integrated system for capturing and interpreting neuromuscular control with confidence. And here, you can see a squeeze cue display. I couldn't attach that. So I created a JavaScript program, and it's in HTML, so it's a website. So it would prompt you to squeeze or not squeeze. So it's just a little what it would kind of look like if it wasn't moving. It would be black, and it was on the tune, it would pop up squeeze, and they would squeeze for that 1 second, and then let go as soon as it goes away. And after they did the squeeze cue display, the contrast between both groups was both statistically and visually striking. Healthy participants responded quickly and consistently, with the muscle activation beginning a fourth of a second after the cue, while those simulating stroke-related impairments showed clear delays and irregularities, delaying 3/4 of a second after the cue. The signal strengths even differed in a way that these aren't just numbers, this is what impaired neuromuscular control looks like under the surface. EMG gave us a window into those differences in a way no standard test could by giving us signal strength to see how much force is actually being applied. This helps us see minor differences in force that could be missed in standardized visual tests. And here on the screen, this is what my MATLAB program produces. It produces a graph to be able to tell you when the initial onset time of force began. You can tell the healthy onset time is almost right on time as the cue pops up. And the simulated stroke participants were a little after that, about 3/4 of a second after. And you can also see where the squeeze cue display pops up on the screen. The real magic in this study was the software. I built a system that doesn't just collect data, it interprets it. It's accurate, consistent, and lays the foundation for real-time feedback in rehab settings. Imagine a therapist knowing instantly whether a patient's muscles engaged even before they didn't visibly move. That's the kind of feature this work points towards to ensure that our data analysis was accurate and clinically meaningful. I validated our custom MATLAB software by comparing its detection of EMG onset times to manual annotations. The results were extremely promising. The software consistently identified muscle activation within 0.05 seconds of what a human reviewer remarked. It also performed reliably across multiple trials with minimal false positives or misactivations. The consistency is crucial if we want this tool to be used in real-world clinical settings. It's user-friendly, super easy to adapt, especially for different patient needs, because every single patient is different, and everyone's recovery track is different. So it might take a longer time to be able to get better, and my goal is just to get everybody better quicker at their own pace and not making them rush or not making them feel like they're not making any progress, and being able to show them the data and really be like, you might not be feeling like you're squeezing harder, like you're actually applying pressure, and being able to put that in statistics and be able to be like, even though you're not feeling you're getting better, you are getting better. Even if that's just the slightest change in your data, it gives you hope in that sense of morale that you can keep going, that you got this, and that you are going to get there someday. And here you can see on the screen the graph is another one, but this time it's way later. The stroke onset was way after the cue, and it still catches that initial moment to be able to know when the onset time was for anybody who's trying to squeeze this, even if they're stroke participants or a healthy participant. These findings matter because they show that the EMG isn't just a research tool, it's a powerful clinical ally. It allows us to detect early muscle engagement, sometimes before any movement is even visible to the eye. That's incredibly valuable, especially for stroke patients whose progress might otherwise be overlooked using standardized grip strength tests. AMG adds a layer of depth and nuance that current clinical tools can't offer. From a research standpoint, it confirms that AMG is a sensitive, low burden, and highly practical method for monitoring recovery. But more importantly, it opens the door to something bigger, personalized data-driven rehabilitation. We're no longer limited to generalized therapy plans. With tools like this, we can begin a tailored treatment to each patient's unique recovery patterns. And looking ahead, the possibilities grow even more exciting by integrating EMG data with machine learning. We can predict recovery trajectories and build adaptive therapy plans that evolve with patients in real time. This is where rehabilitation is headed, and I believe this research is one step closer to making that future a reality. The next step is to integrate this system with electroencephalography, or EEG, to measure the brain activity during the hand squeeze task. By doing this, we'll be able to explore whether delay or weakness during a squeeze is due to muscular issues or if it starts at a neurological level in the brain itself. That distinction is huge. It could help clinicians tailor treatment more precisely, targeting brain-based impairments with neural therapies and muscle-based issues with physical rehab. And with both EMG and EEG data, we can start using machine learning to track recovery patterns, predict outcomes, and eventually guide real-time adaptive therapy. This isn't just about recording what's happening, it's about understanding why it's happening and using that insight to make rehabilitation truly responsive to each patient's needs and to get patients better even sooner. And here are my references, and thank you. Is there any questions?
Yeah, so I really like what you're doing. It's great. One of the questions that I had, and something that I was kind of thinking about throughout it, was if you were going to look at any specific stroke type or any specific brain lesion area and test that with that specific kind of stroke or that specific kind of lesion.
Right now, we're doing very general. Anybody who had any type of stroke, we're just trying to break through the surface, being able to see if we can if EMG was even a tool we could use to track recovery. Yeah. And that's why we didn't use actual stroke patients. So with any stroke or any lesion that does happen to somebody, they are gonna have their neuromuscular control is delayed and impaired. And so that's why we didn't have like a specific, because for each different kinds of stroke and lesions, there is different side effects. Sometimes it just affects, their right side of their body or the left side. And we just wanted to look and be able to see if EMG was even a reliable tool in the first place, so we can further in our study use actual stroke patients or, hit a specific area of study to be able to help that specific group specifically.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Thank you. Did you want to ask the hand?
Hi. Yeah, I think this work is really exciting. I work with lots of stroke patients who've lost the use of one of their arms and hands. And I was just wondering, do we already know whether patients are just losing that ability in the arm and hand or actually in the motor strip in the brain? Is that something we even know yet?
Yeah, and that's why the next step is to do electroencephalography. So actually, I already created the brain cap. So you put on the brain cap. It's like wearing a wig cap with a bunch of sensors, and you'll be able to tell if it's neural or muscular. Because a lot of times in standardized grip strength tests, it's just very visual, and they can't really tell if it's because of your muscle or because your brain isn't responding to the visual stimuli that they're telling you. So that's why the next step is to really integrate that to be able to help people get better faster. So a lot of times they are misdiagnosed or they think something is physical when it's purely neural.
Yeah. Thank you. There's so many patients who would love to be a part of this.
Yes, thank you.
I was just wondering if you looked at or took into account at all the amount of time that had passed since they had the stroke?
Yeah, these were just simulated participants, so they were just instructed to delay their force and impairments, because especially since, I'm just in my undergrad, I didn't want somebody just had a traumatic experience happen to them. You don't want a college student going up to you, 6 months after this happened to you, or, so 6 weeks even. telling you like, oh, can I test on you? And half of them just aren't in that mental state to want to get better. They're still trying to even process what happened to them and try to even get back to their normal life. And I didn't want to make them feel, especially since I wasn't even sure of, my first time on a research project. I wasn't even sure what I was going to do, if I even liked it. And I didn't want to be put in a position where they felt like I was just testing them or, kind of using them, not wanting to really care or was passionate about the project yet.
So it was all simulated then?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's why we had the software to, because the whole point of the simulated stroke patients was to be able to create a software that would be able to track their onset time of force. And so we just needed somebody to be able to delay that. And so all the research was on stroke participants. And so that's how we knew how they would react, like having that delayed or having their force delayed or being able to control their impairment. And that was one of the biggest things that I kind of felt was not ethical to do on stroke patients so soon. But for sure on the next step with the brainwave cap, I really feel like it would help a lot of people to be able to help them understand what was really going on if it's neuromuscular.
And then Ellie is a new first-time presenter.
Next, will you please welcome up Gennaro Prada.
Good morning. My name is Gennaro Prado, and I am studying first-generation Latino college students navigating intersectional identities on campus. And my research professor or mentor was Dr. Ashley Cervantes. Within U.S. standards, a first-generation student is someone whose parents hasn't completed a four-year degree. In most cases, they don't have the necessary exposure to understand college culture or the resources. In 2020, the Latino population reached 62.1 million, and of the 71% of those are likely to leave after their first year. This research is a part of a broader project in coordination with the First Generation Council looking at similar concerns of first-generation students' intersectional identities. My mentor and I are looking specifically at Hispanic students and how Wichita State is an emerging Hispanic serving institution. It is important to study Latino first-generation students as they are the largest minority group in the U.S., with over 79% having attained something less than a four-year degree. Of that 79%, 44% of those are first to attend in their family. Emotional and financial support is vital for students to succeed because most first-generation students are low income. Having the financial burden increases the risk of dropping out. These burdens create other barriers such as low confidence due to the fact that many of their peers come from a background of stable income, which could also make it difficult for peer relationships. Interdependence and independence is something that is very key in most cases for first-generation students. In independence, most first-generation students are expected to be more independent about themselves and their decision and more resilient. When coming into college, you're expected to be more independent and self-reliant on yourself going forward. But in most cases, most first-generation Latino students come from a background that are interdependent. In some cases, that means they value more cultural and family norms over their own choices. In some cases, this can create a strain in their decision-making skills and cloud their judgment. Caribas and Freiberg say that family achievement guilt happens where first-generation students feel guilty for going further than their family academically, which is especially common among Latino students. That guilt ties into cultural values of interdependence. Students feel pressure to succeed not just for themselves, but for their families. At the same time, family support can also motivate them, reframing success as honoring their family's sacrifices, which helps reduce that pressure and keeps them moving forward. Within the health-seeking behavior progression, most students first look at studying themselves, looking at all their own project notes or documents or reading material given to them by their professors. After that, they seek out peers to help them with any questions that they have not figured out yet or have clouded judgment on. Then they seek out online resources which is where they go to Google, YouTube, or Khan Academy to get those questions out of the way or help them understand the criteria more. Then they go to peers to help them figure out the questions they need or just work on homework together. And then lastly, they seek out professors or TAs. First-generation Latine students see getting help as a weakness, since in most cases, you must be self-reliant. Seeking help is seen as a weakness. These ideas are emphasized in an independent standpoint to be responsible for themselves. Internships are essential for career growth, but first-generation students often face barriers that other students don't. Nicholas and Vea say that continuing generation students usually have family connections that can help them land internships easily. First-generation students often lack those networks, making it harder to access the same opportunities. Also, career preparation needs should ideally start in high school. Without early guidance, many first-generation students miss out on learning about career pathways or building the experience needed to compete. To close these gaps, schools and universities should invest in structured career preparation programs that support first-generation students from high school through college. First-gen programs are essential in helping students succeed by offering support services like mentoring, tutoring, workshops, and parent engagement. These efforts help students build social capital, which is something many first-generation students lack when they enter college. One key benefit is the development of social networks and college-going identity. These programs give students a sense of belonging and increase the confidence navigating other higher educations. Hispanic Serving Institutions, or HSI, also play a critical role. HSIs create culturally responsive environments that reflect the values and needs of Hispanic students. This helps improve both access and retention to college. However, changes still remain. About 10% of Latine students earn a four-year degree. That's why it's so important to continue building culturally aware, supportive policies and programs that reflect Hispanic students' backgrounds and values. First-generation students, especially Latine, often come to college without guidance or understanding of how campus systems work. This lack of social capital can make it harder to adjust. Mentoring programs are critical because they help students feel connected and supported. These relationships reduce feelings of isolation and create meaningful connections that help students persist. Academic advisors also play a key role. They help students understand the college process from registering to classes to navigating academic policies. Family involvement can also ease concerns. When families are included or informed, students feel more supported emotionally and can better focus on academics. Targeted support programs tailored to first-generation needs, like mentorship pairings or advising workshops, help increase comfort and success, especially for students who might otherwise feel out of place or lost in the system. It is important to include culture when serving Latine students, since it emphasizes the importance of recognizing and valuing students' diverse backgrounds. To help them feel included and motivated in the classroom, it helps build a sense of belonging and creates an environment where students feel safe to engage and succeed. Research recommends hiring diverse instructional staff to serve as a role model for first-generation Latine students. Using inclusive readings and content that reflects students' cultural experiences can help students connect with faculty and material that they can personally relate to, which boosts academic identity and motivation. This approach ensures that teaching is culturally relevant, encouraging first-generation students to thrive both academically and personally. Bridge programs and summer initiatives can help first-generation Latine students build academic skills, familiarity with college, and social networks. These programs often include English learning support and financial aid workshops. However, research shows mixed outcomes. For example, Gutzweiler found that students in a remedial English course perform better, earning higher GPAs and showing stronger retention than those who participated in the summer bridge program. This suggests that while bridge programs may support social capital, there is more work needed to ensure that fully supports academic success for first-generation Latine students. This proposed research directly builds on the findings of an extended literature review and is designed to inform a study planned in fall 2025 in coordination with the First Generation Council. At Wichita State, nearly half of the student population identifies as first generation. WSU was recently recognized as an emerging Hispanic serving institution. As part of this research, a focus group will be conducted with Latine first generation students from diverse academic backgrounds. The goal is to explore the challenges students face, the resources they find most beneficial, the support systems that help them persist in higher education. Interview questions will be guided by the areas that emerge from the review. which aims to provide actionable recommendations to enhance support for first-generation Latino students at Wichita State. In conclusion, first-generation Latino students encounter various challenges, including family obligation, financial strain, cultural expectations. These factors can make it difficult for them to seek help or feel supported on campus. To address these issues, universities should implement culturally responsive programs such as mentoring and academic guidance, with nearly half its student body being first-generation students. Wichita State has an excellent opportunity to take the lead in supporting the success of first-generation Latino students. Here are my references, and then I am open to questions.
So did you look at adult Latino students coming back to school at all? Do you think that that would have a significant difference enough there to add into that?
We really didn't look at that specifically, but that would be in another intersectional identity. So another group of first-generation students, that would be like adult returning learners or older ones. So we're just looking at like a broad perspective of Latino students and different disciplines.
Okay, so more so looking at the Latino students like out of high school, essentially, or?
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
Another aspect that you might be able to look at might be including what kind of background they came from, if they came from a very diverse high school or one that is less diverse, may impact how they move from one university or into the university, if it's something that's comparable to their prior experience or not. That might be another interesting aspect.
Additionally, I saw within the research that. Oh, hello? Yeah. So additionally, I saw in my research of like aspects of that as well, but I was just looking specifically of how they would transition into it as well. But that is something else that I would consider as well.
Gennaro is also a first-time presenter. I was recently confirmed my doctoral degree in December, and so to be a thank you. To be a research mentor, you have to hold a doctoral degree, and so Gennaro hit the ground running with me in the spring, and I put that degree to use. And so I have a deeper sense of empathy for the research mentors and the work that takes, and I've really appreciated you, Gennaro.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Kylie Flax, and I'm a psychology major. Is this on? I'm just far away from it. Okay. I'm a psychology major, and my mentor for this research was Dr. Clark, and we were investigating aggression and antisocial traits in a post-pandemic world. Antisocial behavior can range in severity from something as small as mild disobedience to something as severe as commission of violent crimes and substance abuse. It almost always has a negative effect on both the person engaging in the behavior and those around them. Aggression is one of the most recognizable forms of antisocial behavior. The most common ways to classify aggression are as hostile and instrumental. Hostile aggression is aggression that's acted upon with the pure intention of causing harm to somebody else, whereas instrumental aggression is acted upon with the intention of achieving something. If you punch somebody because you want to hurt them, that's hostile aggression. If somebody is bothering you and you punch them so they'll leave you alone, that's instrumental aggression. It can also be classified as physical or overt aggression, which would be punching somebody. Verbal aggression, which is verbal arguments, calling names, and yelling. And relational aggression, which is things like gossip and social exclusion. All of these forms of aggression are correlated with maladaptive cognitive emotional regulation strategies, and this is rumination, self-blame, and blaming others for things. Anger, hostility, impulsivity, loneliness, and a lack of social competence. Aggression and all of these maladaptive cognitive emotional regulation strategies are also linked to the dark tetrad. The dark tetrad is a set of 4 antisocial personality traits. These are Machiavellianism, which is characterized by an amoral and calculating personality, narcissism, which is characterized by an excess of self-love and dominancy, and psychopathy, which is characterized by callousness and superficial charm. That is the dark triad. Everyday sadism was added to create the dark tetrad, and this is enjoyment in hurting others, either physically or emotionally, or witnessing others being harmed. During the COVID-19 pandemic, global rates of violent crime increased. In the United States, homicide increased by 26%, aggravated assault increased by 14%, and gun assault increased by 38%. Researchers in Kuwait found that young, isolated individuals with low levels of education were more aggressive than other populations during the pandemic and lasting into after the pandemic. Reed et al. Found that indicators of psychological distress and antisocial behavior increased in youths that were in the criminal justice system before the pandemic and during the pandemic. These levels remained sustained after the pandemic ended. Those with high levels of dark triad traits are more likely to resort to maladaptive cognitive emotional regulation strategies, especially in times of uncertainty, such as during the pandemic. All of this together suggests that there's a chance that young adults who were predisposed to antisocial behaviors, and even potentially those who were not, may have increased these behaviors lasting into now after the pandemic has ended. As of now, criminal violence has mostly returned to its pre-pandemic levels, but little research has been done on antisocial traits and subclinical, non-criminal levels of aggression since the end of the pandemic. Put in more layman's terms, there has not been a lot of research done on whether people are more aggressive and antisocial, but not acting upon it enough to get put into the criminal justice system. So there's a possibility that these levels are increased in our traditional undergraduate students who were in high school at the time of the height of the pandemic. The intention of this research was to identify a potential increase in antisocial traits and behaviors in undergraduate students. We went into the study with 2 hypotheses. The first was that dark triad traits will be elevated in current college students compared to those from before the pandemic. And the second was that there will be a negative relationship between age, the dark tetrad, and aggression. We had 2 participant pools for the study. The first was a collection of people from before the pandemic. This data was from 2016, and it was exclusively dark triad scores. This was 300 total participants, 96 of them were male, 204 were female. You can see a full racial breakdown on the slide. Our post-COVID data was collected this past spring. We had 149 total participants. Of them, there were 43 male and 106 female, and you can see the racial breakdown there as well. Our post-COVID participants completed a few different questionnaires, and then we evaluated our results. Comparing the pre-COVID and post-COVID data, we used a one-way analysis of variance, or an ANOVA, and then controlled for some potential confounding variables using a linear regression. That was how we tested for hypothesis 1. For hypothesis 2, we calculated Pearson correlation coefficients. The questionnaires that our participants did were a demographics questionnaire, the short dark triad, which measures Machiavellianism, narcissism, and psychopathy, the revised assessment of sadistic personality, which measures sadism based on its operational definition. This definition is deriving pleasure from inflicting or witnessing pain, suffering, or humiliation in others. And the revised assessment of sadistic personality was designed to go with the short dark triad so that we could actually assess the dark tetrad. And they also completed the Buss-Perry aggression questionnaire, which measures verbal aggression, physical aggression, anger, and hostility. For our ANOVA results, we found a significant difference between the dark triad scores of our pre-COVID and post-COVID groups, with the pre-COVID group scoring higher. Our regression found that being pre or post-COVID had a significant ability to predict dark triad scores, even when controlling for some potential confounding variables. And we did not find any significant correlations between age and dark tetrad scores or levels of regression. So our results do not support hypothesis 1. People after the pandemic did not score higher than those from before the pandemic. In fact, they scored significantly lower. Hypothesis 2 was also not supported by our results. We did not find any significant correlations between age, the dark tetrad, and aggression. For our potential explanations for this, we propose the Flynn effect and Erikson's stages of psychosocial development. The Flynn effect is the term for the fact that people are becoming more intelligent over time. Increased intelligence is correlated with increased prosocial behavior. The relationship between intelligence and antisocial behavior is not a direct one. Increased intelligence is correlated with increased prosocial behavior. Increased prosocial behavior is correlated with decreased antisocial behavior. So through indirect means, increased intelligence means less antisocial behavior. The Flynn effect says that every 10 years or so, humanity is gaining about 3 IQ points. Our participant pools were taken 9 years apart. There is a chance that the participants in this study have higher IQ scores than those from the previous participant pool, and that could potentially explain these decreased levels of antisocial traits. Another potential explanation is Erikson's stages of psychosocial development. The average age of our participants was about 16 in 2020, at the height of the pandemic. And this is when adolescents are developing their sense of self and their personal values and morals. Other studies found that at the height of the pandemic, global levels of altruism increased. Everybody was acting in ways that benefited others, or at least attempting to, and there was a lot of value placed on protecting those around you and taking care of each other. This study found that for most people, these levels of altruism decreased back to pre-pandemic levels once all of the panic was over. But our participants were learning what mattered to them when the pandemic was happening. There's a chance that they decided that altruism and taking care of others and pro-social behavior was important enough to make part of their core values, and so it has stuck with them to this point. We did have a few limitations with this study. Our population was incredibly homogeneous. Everybody was a Wichita State University student, and it was predominantly white and female. Given that previous research has shown that people with less education and not in pro-social institutions like a university tend to score higher on antisocial personality trait measures, this does limit our data a little bit, and it incredibly limits our generalizability. If any population does not fit these characteristics, we can't generalize our results to them. We also had our participants self-administer the tests. They could do it online from their personal device, wherever and whenever they wanted to. And this means that some of our participants might have rushed through, and some of them may have been distracted while taking it. So this could affect the validity of our data a little bit. For future studies, we recommend analyzing more diverse populations from different locations, especially those who are less well educated and less inclined to be in pro-social areas. We also recommend utilizing assessments that measure different facets of our variables of interest, particularly regarding aggression. Relational aggression is more common in females and those with high levels of narcissism, and we did not measure for relational aggression. And given that our participant pool was primarily female, that also hurts our data a little bit. There's my list of references. I'm sorry, it's so tiny. And I do want to give a quick thank you to my mentor, Dr. Clark, Dr. Cervantes, Sarah, and Thomas for all of your guys' help making this presentation and all this research happen, and everybody else who ever listened to me talk about it this past year. You all played a really big role in me being able to do this, so thank you. And I'm now open for questions.
Did your sample include both online and in-person students?
Yes, so we recruited our students using the SONA I don't remember the full name for it, but it's the SONA platform, which is an online recruitment service, and it's open to university students. They can sign up for it online, and for a lot of classes, you actually have to get SONA credits to be able to pass the class. So if anybody's taking like an introductory level psychology course, public speaking courses have to do it, they have to sign up for classes, or they have to sign up for studies. So anybody that needed SONA credits could take it. And since it was fully online, they didn't have to come in. It probably included some online students, but we didn't actually check.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you look to see if there was any difference in the responses with online-only students versus those that had decided to come onto campus?
That would have been a really interesting direction to take it in. There actually is a second part to this study that I just didn't have time to include in the presentation, where we did look at technology's impact on these scores. And we found a relationship between dark tetrad scores and aggression with a lot of things like video game addiction, smartphone addiction, social media addiction, and things like that.
Hi, this is not so much of a question, it's more of a statement. I just want you to continue this research. This was awesome, really, really good. So I hope you can broaden the pool and just, you know, because this was really good, this was needed.
Thank you.
Hi. Hello. I was just wondering if you considered, we all try to paint ourselves in a better light. So did you consider maybe a couples comparison, maybe for future, so you have couples, whether it's partners or parent-child or siblings or something like that, and let's be honest, especially those that involve like male and female relationships, where you give the male the test and he scores himself, but then the female he lives with also answers for themselves, and they both answer what they've seen in each other.
That's a really interesting direction to take it in. I definitely consider that people might be misrepresenting themselves just because you never perceive yourself in a bad light. But I didn't think about doing it that way. That's a really interesting direction to take it in. I like that
Especially because
idea.
you're looking at like narcissists and people like that who are never going to admit fault.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really interesting direction. I'll have to look into that.
Okay, thank you for your attendance. This concludes our first block of research presentations, not our symposium. I want to invite you now, the students, if you want to get up, student researchers, and go to your posters. This will begin our poster presentation session. This is a great opportunity to engage with our researchers one-on-one, ask any questions that you might have, and we will return here about 10 till 11.
We're testing audio real quick, and we will be back to our PowerPoint shortly.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, testing, testing. Okay. Okay, so I'll be a little bit louder. It is pushed back a little bit, so I'll like pull it forward. And so I'll have it like kind of up here, but I'll do that whenever we get up here. And so, okay. Okay. I'll project, got it. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
As like a projector. Oh, okay. So I'll stay here then. No worry.
Yeah.
No issue.
All right, I'll go back.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll have a clicker too, and I want to point at stuff, so I think it's okay. I'll just stand here.
It's good to be mic'd.
Yeah.
It makes you sound better.
So it'll just make it better. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And you're going to use
Welcome back, everybody. Okay, we're straggling back in. Thank you for your presence and your attendance so far. We will begin our second round of oral presentations.
All right, I hope you all enjoyed your time. Our next presenter this morning is Cynthia Pizzini.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Pizzini, and I am a proud adult learner here at Wichita State University. I will be a senior this year, and I am happy to be here to present my research. Today, I'll be introducing my research project, From Public Housing to Chasing Profits: How Economic Incentives Replace the Public Mission of Affordable Housing in America. We will examine how we transition from public housing focused on serving communities to one where profit incentives drive affordable housing development and what that means for our communities. I want to thank my mentor, Dr. Nigel Soria from the WSU Public Policy and Management Center, for his invaluable support and insight with this project. The Department of Housing and Urban Development defines affordable housing as housing that costs no more than 30% of a household's income. When families pay more than this, they are considered housing cost burdened. In 2023, around 43 million households, nearly a third, fell into this category. This includes about half of all renters and nearly a quarter of all homeowners. Severe cost burdens, more than 50% of your income is allocated to housing, are particularly prevalent among low-income and minority households and account for an estimated more than 25% of renters nationwide. Currently, there's an estimated shortage of almost 7 million affordable housing units in the country. America has a long and complicated history with housing. At one time, the federal government actually built public housing to meet community needs. But over time, they pulled back, and starting in the 1970s, during the Nixon administration, the criticism of public housing began to grow. Public housing was seen as concentrating poverty and fueling segregation. Before Nixon left office, a moratorium was put in place that stopped all public housing projects. Shortly after, the government introduced a new tool to develop affordable housing, the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit. Basically, we shifted from housing being a public responsibility to a private one. The Low-Income Housing Tax Credit, commonly referred to as LIHTC, was introduced with the Tax Reform Act of 1986. The program was designed to encourage private developers to build affordable housing by offering them tax credits as incentive. Here's how it works. The government gives tax credits to the states. Developers then apply to receive those tax credits. The state then awards tax credits to the developers who are chosen. The developers then sell those tax credits to investors, usually banks or corporations, and they raise that money to build. The investors then use those purchased tax credits to offset their own tax liabilities. The developer builds their project and the residents move in. LIHTC has financed over 3 million units nationwide to date. However, it often fails to address the needs of the lowest income households. It also comes with affordability limits. The developments typically remain affordable for just 15 to 30 years, after which the unit becomes market rate. Because affordability is temporary and resident control is limited, these models don't always support long-term generational housing stability. I learned about public housing at a young age. The first photo on the left is a traditional urban public housing project. The Lafayette projects are located in the Bronx, New York, my hometown, about 15 minutes from where I grew up. This housing was built with federal money by the federal government at the height of the public housing era. The second photo is of a brand new development built right here in Wichita, Kansas. This development was built by a private developer and was partially funded using LIHTC funds. There are 240 units that will shortly be available. The cost is $61 million to build this development. And if you do the math and you divide the 240 units into $61 million, the average unit price is $250,000 US, $250,000 for one unit. That is why the average single-family home, that is what the average single-family home cost in Wichita last year. These prohibitive costs are one of the main reasons that most housing developers steer clear of building affordable housing. It really shows how the system shifted from building large-scale public housing to smaller, investor-driven projects that still cost the same price, if not more. How did we get to this point? Well, urban economics helps explain why the private market struggles to supply affordable housing. First, there's the case of market failure. As sociologist Beth Rubin states, there is much more money in housing the wealthy than the poor. As we witnessed in the previous slide, without intervention, like LIHTC, private developers don't have much of an incentive to build affordable housing. Next, zoning and land use policies restrict where housing can be built. The NIMBYism, which is the not in my backyard folks, add to this dilemma. This leads to developments being built either far out from the central business districts or in already marginalized communities where land is available. Lastly, when affordable housing units are located far from jobs and services, it creates what economists call spatial mismatch, which limits opportunity and mobility. The new Wichita development that we saw in the previous slide is a perfect example of spatial mismatch. It is located far removed from the central business district, and there is no public transportation or services that are walking distance, making it also almost impossible not to own a car. So where do we go from here? Communities are pushing back. Nationally, we're seeing models like the Community Land Trust, where land is held by the community, limited equity cooperatives that keep homes affordable long-term by having residents pool their funds to build the housing they control, and resident-led developments where communities have a voice in what is built and where. These models usually require a direct investment from future residents, whether that be financially or with sweat equity, but we are seeing that residents are willing to invest in the housing they want. However, these alternative housing models face barriers, including limited access to funds, inadequate financing, access to land, and lack of supportive local government policies. We need local banks to start investing in community-led housing. And we need our cities and towns to remove some of the red tape that makes it so hard for small developers trying to do good. So to quote housing advocate Miriam Axel-Lute, solving the housing crisis requires more than subsidies. It requires systemic change in how we value land, people, and communities. We can't fix it just by throwing tax credits at it. We need to change how we think about housing from something we profit off of to something that builds stability and opportunity for everyone. It will take everyone, residents, communities, local and state governments, large and incremental developers, for-profit and nonprofit entities, to come together to find solutions, plural. Because as a wise man recently pointed out to me, there is no one right solution to affordable housing. This research project was very important to me as it helped further inform the mission of my recently founded nonprofit, Mikasa Community Development Corporation, which was established to bring housing choice and hope into our communities. Thank you to the entire McNair team for helping me make it possible, and I will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
So in the picture you showed us with the one that was recently built in Wichita.
Yes.
How do they even call that affordable housing? Like, what makes that?
Well, what I've been explaining to people is it doesn't matter whether that is built an affordable housing project or regular apartment complex. It costs the same to build both. So in order for it to be affordable, that LIHTC is very important because it steps into the gap. That those tax credits and that money they receive from the state offset some of the cost, and so that makes it, yeah. Well, they actually have to, in order to get the LIHTC credits, you have to make the apartments affordable. You must. It's a stipulation. It's not like you can get the credit and then forget about it and charge $1,200. One of those units in that new development will be $525, 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. It's a beautiful community, but you saw the cost. It's $61 million, and it's not easy to be approved for tax credits. It's a very, very complicated process, and it's the reason why more people don't do it, and it's the reason why we find ourselves in the problem that we are today with the shortage.
This is less about your research and more about your nonprofit. I'm just curious what the purpose is. What's the mission of Mi Casa?
Oh, it started when I moved here to Wichita about 4 years ago. I lived overseas for a long time, and me and my husband didn't really see that many unhoused people. And we came back and kind of drove around, and in one afternoon saw more than I've seen in 10 years. And I just needed to find out why. So that was 4 years of research. This is just a small part of it. A year ago, I started the Mi Casa to really work with communities in building alternative housing, affordable housing. So, and not necessarily using tax credits. So we're going to be real creative about it.
Thank you, Sarah. Just as a reminder, students who are first-time research presenters receive a McNair Scholars Pin that we encourage them to wear as they present their research in graduate school and as they represent the legacy of McNair.
Thank you, Cynthia. Our next presenter this morning is Marlene Vela.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marlene Vela, and today I'll be presenting a qualitative study titled The Mental Health Struggles of First-Generation Graduate Students. This project was completed with the guidance of my mentor, Dr. Michelle Redmond, and the McNair team, who supported me throughout both my initial review, literature review, and my follow-up qualitative study. In my literature review, I identified 3 major challenge areas that first-generation graduate students of color commonly experience. The first is imposter syndrome, which is the persistent feeling of self-doubt despite academic competence. This is made worse by the lack of representation, with students often not seeing anyone who looks like them in their programs. The second is financial pressures, many of which of these students are forced to balance work and school to make ends meet because stipends and funding rarely cover living expenses. This creates burnout and sometimes causes students to consider dropping out. The third challenge is family and cultural tensions. Many first-generation students come from families who are unfamiliar with the demands of what graduate education requires, and students have to navigate the pressures of cultural adjustment in predominantly white academic spaces while balancing their academic and family responsibilities. While these challenges are well documented in the research, there is a significant gap when it comes to understanding how students experience these struggles on a daily basis. That's why my research focused on the question, how do these students experience and cope with these challenges on their daily academic lives? The goal was to go beyond identifying barriers and actually highlight the coping mechanisms and lived experiences of these students through their own words. Through the interviews, 3 critical barriers stood out to me even more clearly. For imposter syndrome, one participant said, "I'm the only one who looks like me in my program." This highlights how deeply misrepresentation impacts self-confidence. In terms of financial stress, students shared how stipends do not cover basic living costs, leading to stress and burnout. And under cultural adjustment, students described missing family events and gatherings because of their academic responsibilities. One participant explained, "My family doesn't understand why I cannot come home to certain activities." This tension between academic demands and family expectations was a common theme. The theoretical framework that I used was phenomenology. For this student, I used phenomenology as my theoretical framework, which focuses on lived experience. This allowed me to explore how students navigate the in-between space of academic life and home culture, while also understanding how they experience systemic barriers like lack of representation and financial hardship. By focusing on these participants' stories, the study aimed to amplify the voices of marginalized students and create a basis for meaningful institutional change. The methodology I used was a qualitative thematic analysis approach. I interviewed 3 first-generation graduate students of color, a Mexican-American man in his 30s, an African-American male veteran in his 40s, and a Mexican-American woman in her early 20s. Each participant took part in a 60 to 90-minute semi-structured interview, which was audio recorded, transcribed, and coded manually. To make sure their stories were accurately reflected, I also used participant validation by sharing summaries with each participant for feedback. The first theme was imposter syndrome. All participants shared experiences of self-doubt despite their academic achievements. They expressed feelings like, "I always feel like I'm not where I should be, and there's nobody on this campus that looks like me among faculty." One student explained how simply being in academic spaces where they were the only person of color made them question whether they belonged. Students managed these feelings through over-preparing, asking questions in class, and asserting themselves academically to combat these internalized self-doubts. The second theme was financial pressures. And though students had varied circumstances, this was a common source of stress. One participant said, "There's always that little worry in the back of your mind about money," while another shared, "I don't require much, and I don't live beyond my means, but the financial pressures are still significant." Many students dealt with stipend inconsistencies, tight budgeting, and financial uncertainty. Some had access to military benefits that offered limited relief, but others faced stress from tuition reimbursement deadlines. These financial burdens created mental strain, forcing students to divide their energy between academic work and financial survival. The third theme is familial expectations. Many students explained to their families that didn't really understand what graduate education requires, with one participant saying, "My family didn't think I would make it this far." And others shared how family obligations didn't disappear, even as academic demands increased. Participants often had to miss family gatherings and felt caught between family responsibilities and academic commitments. This added an extra layer of emotional stress on top of their academic workload. And the fourth theme is a sense of belonging and cultural adjustment. Students shared how they often felt like outsiders, both in their academic programs and in their cultural communities. One participant reflected, "This university prioritizes engineers, which left them feeling overlooked." Others discussed code switching as a strategy, with one participant saying, "I adapt without losing myself." Even while students worked to create their own sense of belonging, they had to continually navigate spaces that didn't always reflect their identities. There were some limitations in this study. I only had 3 participants, and they were all persons of color. And even though this study provides insights, it's not generalizable. I also didn't capture the voices of the students who already went through the whole program and could share their experiences, which would have been a big help. Lastly, like I mentioned, the small sample size was limited, and it limited my ability to fully explore how intersectional identities like gender or socioeconomic status further impacted these experiences. Despite those limitations, the study revealed 3 clear lessons. First, self-doubt grows in spaces where students don't see themselves represented. Second, financial instability directly threatens academic success. And third, a sense of belonging requires institutional change, not just individual adaptation. While these students demonstrated tremendous resilience, resilience alone should not be the expectation. Institutions must take responsibility to create environments where first-generation students of color can thrive. These are my references. Thank you. Any questions?
So as you continue this research, do you plan on, just because I heard you mention the comparison between primarily white male students who don't experience that, I agree as well. Do you plan on creating a control group of, or consisting of that demographic as well as you continue on this research?
If I have the chance to continue it, I will be open to that. And as someone else mentioned earlier, I was only looking at graduate students from their lens instead of how it affected their surroundings. That would also be something I would like to look at. Thank you.
Great job, Marlene. So one question I have, what was something that you learned that may have surprised you from interviewing your 3 participants?
The financial stress, I thought that when you got graduate student, graduate program, you can focus more on school, but I realized that stipend doesn't go as far as I thought it would, and that's a theme that was common among the 3 participants that I had, that they had to learn how to budget, they had to work throughout their graduate programs, or they had to cut things out to make ends meet. That's one of the biggest shocks that I had.
I'm an alumni of this program, and I'm very proud of what you just shared with us.
Oh, thank you.
And I do want to point out, it's not a question, it's a comment, that there are so many different layers that you just shared, and I hope you do get to pursue that. If I were to ask a question, who do you think in this university could use this information that you presented to us?
Predominantly people of color and people first gen, because as a first gen student myself, I didn't know what the hell I was doing when I got here. And so no one told me anything and no one showed me anything until I got to the McNair program, and these ladies actually helped me, like, show me what to do, how to apply. They have workshops. They, Cynthia, even being a non-traditional student, me and her, like, we navigated together, like, our eyes opened more and we understood the topics better. But it is a first-gen person, or if it's a white person their family's never been to college, you don't know what you don't know. So it's nice to have the guidance, even if it's a little bit, and it's a little obscure. Thank you.
Okay, we're always grateful when mentors show up. Will you take a picture, please? I also want to publicly recognize Dr. Rhonda Lewis. As we know, it takes a village sometimes to get these things done, and Dr. Lewis really helped Merlin navigate the IRB process, which can be rigorous.
Thank you, Marlene. Our next presenter this morning is Tanya Jacinto-Lenegay.
Right, thank you all for being here. Right, I am Tanya Jacinto Lenegay, and under the mentorship of Dr. Jason Ferguson, I did a comparative study of astrophysical opacity codes, which is a project that explores how opacity governs the fate of stars and the worlds they illuminate. Now, the heat and light that Earth receives is created deep inside the sun, where the pressure is so great that hydrogen and other elements are merged through nuclear fusion. Now, this releases heat and energy that's transported through the star's layers by conduction, convection, and radiation. Now, it takes 8 minutes and 20 seconds for sunlight to reach the Earth, but it takes much, much longer for a photon to travel from the core of the sun to its surface. In the core of the sun, it creates energy that travels through each subsequent layer by different means. In the radiative zone, photons take what's called a random walk through the ionized plasma via radiative diffusion. So they are absorbed and re-emitted every few millimeters, traveling incrementally in random directions. This can take 10,000 to 1 million years, with the average being about 170,000 years per photon. In the convection zone, it's cool enough that electrons can bind themselves to nuclei, and this forms atoms, which makes this zone opaque to radiation, so the energy gets trapped. So it heats up and boils, kind of like water. Traveling through here takes a couple of weeks to a few months. Now, conduction is also important, but mainly only in the outer layers where particle collisions happen and heat is transferred through that mechanism. So what is opacity? It's how easily light passes through a material, basically the opposite of transparent. So a higher opacity means that less light makes it through. Now, in atmospheric science and astrophysics, opacity is how effectively the material absorbs or scatters the radiation. This is the electromagnetic spectrum, and our atmosphere is opaque to many of these wavelengths, only allowing a fraction of them through. Most of them are scattered by the gases in our atmosphere. So why do we need accurate opacity values? Opacity is vital for planetary and stellar evolution models that track changes throughout their lifetimes. It's also crucial for helioseismology. Prominent researchers in this field point to opacity as the confounding variable, citing major disagreements between the models and observations. Helioseismology can predict solar storm eruptions like solar flares, radiation storms, and coronal mass ejections. These can create a geomagnetic storm, a very severe one called a Carrington event. It damages satellites, it can disrupt communication and navigation technology, and can essentially cripple our entire infrastructure for weeks or longer. Now, to calculate opacity, remember that energy is transported via interactions between light and matter, mainly with photons and electrons. Now, although these interactions do occur at a subatomic level, you can visualize this as thinking of headlights bouncing off of fog and scattering the light. Now, there are many, many different types of the interactions that are included in the opacity equations. Opacity can also change based on temperature, density, chemical abundances, and so much more. And with so many ingredients and multi-layered instructions, this makes for a very complex computer code. Now, as shown before when discussing light and Earth's atmosphere, opacity is wavelength dependent. Because all these light-matter interactions produce radiation across the entire electromagnetic spectrum, from gamma rays that are smaller than atomic nuclei, all the way to radio waves, which are larger than the Earth itself. We use a weighted average, and here it's called the Rossland mean. I compared low temperature opacity codes from a range of about 100 Kelvin to 32,000 Kelvin. And yes, this is considered low temperature when you compare it to the core of the sun, which is about 15 million Kelvin, and that translates to 27 million degrees Fahrenheit. Now, the opacity codes that I compared came from tables of parameter-based values. from the Atlas Opacities of Alexander and Ferguson, 1994, the Altered Phoenix Code of Ferguson et al., 2005, and the latest version of ASOPIS 2.1. This came from Marigo et al., 2024. And this is their online input form to calculate opacities. Now, grains are solid dust particles that can form in these cooler regions of stellar and planetary atmospheres. GS98 refers to a standard solar mixture by Gravesi and Saval, 1998, and MAG22 is another solar mixture from MAG et al., 2022. Now, a standard solar mixture is a set of initial values, which is used as a starting point for opacity modeling. It usually has a very high percentage of hydrogen to start with. I used IDL software and code to plot and compare the opacity values within temperature and density ranges as wide as my available data allowed. So I chose this first example to present today to compare codes with and without grains to highlight what a difference it makes when dust is included in the calculations. I used a solar mixture from MAG et al. 2022, and I chose the initial chemical mixture, which is close to our own solar, with 70% hydrogen, 29% helium, and about 1% metals, or basically everything else. Now, I gathered data from existing ATOP opacity tables and compiled data using the online input form you saw before for ASOPIS. Both of these codes did not include grain species. Then I used existing Phoenix opacity tables, and I received data from Dr. Bassini with the ASOPIS group in Padova, Italy. Now, these two do include grains in their calculations. This, what you see here, is a plot at very low density. And there is good agreement, as you can see, between all the codes, except at lower temperatures, which starts at about 3,000 Kelvin. That's about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. As the codes are compared at higher densities, here at log R equals -4, and then log R equals 1, a discrepancy emerges. The ASOPIS code that does not consider grain species indicates a higher opacity than the codes where grains are included in the calculations. So on the left plot, which is considered to be about a mid-density, the effect is noticeable starting around 4,000 to 5,000 Kelvin, and there's also a small bump around 2,500 to 3,000 Kelvin. And then the ASOPIS code without grains shows a higher opacity than the Phoenix codes that does include grain species between 1,500 and 2,000 Kelvin. Now on the right plot, in what's considered a high density case, when the codes diverge around 4,000 Kelvin, the no grains ASOPIS code shows a higher opacity than all of the other codes, including the two that do include grains. So this has to be a flaw, as the inclusion of grains should be increasing the opacity. And the second example that I chose to present indicates a discrepancy within the ASOPIS code that stems from whether or not lithium is included in the initial chemical abundance. Now, none of these codes that I've gathered include grain species. So the initial solar mixture is from Gravesi and Saval, 1998, with chemical mixture 90% hydrogen, 10% helium, and 0% metallicity. The ASOPIS data was compiled using the online form for opacities with and without initial lithium abundance. Now, as you can see here, 10 to the -10, that is an incredibly small amount of lithium. It's about 1 part lithium per 2 billion parts hydrogen. Now, of course, it does show good agreement at high density, but there is a small difference as seen in the right plot that compares the codes one-on-one. And at such a high density, this is not unreasonable to think that a trace amount of lithium would make this small difference in the final opacity values. Now, at mid-density in the left plot, a larger divergence in the code appears, and the separation increases in the right plot as the density decreases, with a significant divergence in the ASOPIS code. This shouldn't happen either. The other codes may diverge due to differences in the equations in their codes, but the only difference between these two ASOPIS codes is the inclusion of lithium in that teeny tiny amount. These plots do show the direct differences in the opacity values. On the left is a mid-density, where the black line here to the left, that shows the That shows the statistically significant discrepancy between the Aesopus variations. And on the right plot, this is a very, very low density with an incredible divergence between the codes. This is the same density plot, but it matches the scale of the plot to its left, and this difference at low density is literally off the chart. Now, there are many possible causes for the discrepancies because there are so many variables such as initial solar mixtures, species included in the calculations, atomic and molecular line lists, as well as the base code itself. Aesopus switches from its own personal code to its code called GG-Chem when it hits lower temperatures, and it's indicated here in highlighted in red and here. Now, there's no exact defining line where the codes diverge, but this change may still be a factor in the discrepancies observed. This is an ongoing project that I will continue to pursue the causes and effects of these discrepancies. An evolutionary model, like the one seen here called MESA, can be used to track the degree of difference that a small change in the code can make over the billions of years of a stellar lifetime. Now, finding a root cause will involve digging deeper into the millions of atomic and molecular lines these codes use in order to find the differences in each code. And there are many input parameters, such as the initial solar mixture that's chosen and the steps followed when calculating the equations of state and the partition functions. My goal is to help unravel the mysteries of the universe, from the hearts of stars to the atmospheres of distant worlds. Right now, one of the most urgent applications is predicting solar activity, space weather events that can affect our technology and infrastructure here on Earth. But to make accurate predictions, we need reliable models. To build reliable models, we need precise input, especially when it comes to opacity. As we've seen, even tiny changes in opacity inputs, like a trace of lithium or the presence of dust, can lead to significant differences in model outcomes. That's why getting opacity right isn't just a detail. It's a foundation for understanding the cosmos and preparing for its impact on our lives. I want to thank you all for being here to support myself and my fellow McNair scholars, and I'd love to answer any questions you have now.
My question is, how did you first discover this? I mean, you know, I know you're an adult learner, thank you for representing, but was it a physics class? What was the aha moment where you went, I want to study this?
So it wasn't so much an aha moment. I actually was reading about radiative transfer and other, physics-y things, and eventually got to, hey, they came out with this new code, and it's accessible, it's online, it's for the public, basically. And when I started researching more about it, I found out that Dr. Ferguson is kind of like the OG when it comes to opacities. He, along with his mentor, kind of wrote the book on it, and it's still one of the most widely accepted one today. And that was a little bit of the aha moment, like, oh, cool, I can work with him. And so many other professors in the physics department have really helped me out so much. I've learned so much over the last year alone. Thank you, Pam.
Thank you, Tanya. Our next presenter this morning is Genesis Merritt.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for coming out to watch us all present. So my name is Genesis Merritt, and I am a soon-to-be junior at Wichita State, majoring in anthropology and math. Today, I would like to talk to you all about estimating flood risk to archaeological sites using ArcGIS Pro in eastern Kansas, a research project that I have been working on with Dr. Matthew Howland, an assistant professor at WSU in the anthropology department. To give you all some background on the research I will be talking about, I will discuss flooding, site formation processes, and geographic information systems. Weather stations across Kansas have generally shown a trend in which annual maximum rainfall have been increasing, especially in eastern Kansas. This is consistent with both national and global trends that are being credited to climate change. The risk of thunderstorms and extreme rain also pose a risk of flooding events, including flash flooding. Extreme flooding events are not new to eastern Kansas, as seen by the Great Flood of 1951. Channel bed elevation, substantial deposition, and substantial erosion were recorded by stream gauges across the affected areas, and recovery was absent or even impossible at some of the sites. So to give you all an introduction on site formation processes, there are two types, cultural and natural. According to Schiffer, a cultural site formation process is caused by humans or human behavior. So this can be things like discarding items or ritual practices. Natural site formations, on the other hand, are caused by any other natural phenomena. So things like animal behavior, natural disasters, even down to flooding and erosion. Natural site formation processes ultimately determine the quality and quantity of artifacts left behind in an archaeological site. Research completed in central and eastern Great Plains, including Kansas, have shown that the erosion and alluviation patterns unique to the area significantly affect the quality of data in sites, making it an important factor to look at when looking at the quality of the sites. A geographic information system is a spatially referenced database that has several applications, including data management, visualization, and analysis. Some of the tools it provides include map-making abilities, calculation, aerial photograph interpretation, and managing spatial data, including point locations or whole regions. ArcGIS Pro, which is a specific kind of GIS, has been used to conduct similar research along the Georgia coast to assess the risk of inundation and erosion posed to archaeological sites by hurricanes. There are over 14,000 archaeological sites in eastern Kansas, all of which give a glimpse into Kansan history through artifacts and spatial data. The information contained within these sites is used to piece together the history of the people that left them behind, and it's imperative to analyze all the forces that have acted upon them to avoid erroneous assumptions about these past populations. This also makes site preservation an extremely important topic to discuss to mitigate the risks of an incorrect assumption or conclusion. Flood-based erosion is one risk factor among many that must be assessed to determine the best methods and practices for site preservation, as well as the urgency of these discussions. Additionally, Kansas-specific research regarding risks posed to archaeological sites by flood-based erosion simply hasn't been completed yet. The objectives of this research were to determine the number of archaeological sites in eastern Kansas at risk of flood-based erosion, determine how much risk is posed to these sites, investigate Kansas flooding history, and open the door to discussions regarding site preservation in eastern Kansas. After collecting stream gauge data from USGS and removing outliers that were believed to be errors, averages for the 75th percentile and highest recorded river depths above average were used in combination with floodplain data to create 3 zones or classes. Zone 1 represents areas most likely to experience regular flooding. Zone 2, represents areas most likely to experience an extreme flood based on historical data. And Zone 3 is more hypothetical. For example, it goes up to 51 feet of flooding, and that hasn't really happened recently. But these sites are still important to keep in mind as rainfall amounts increase, leading to a potential increase in flooding in the future. These classes were compared with archaeological site data from the Kansas Historic Society, and 2 search queries were performed on them to find some minor differences and nuances. Within describes sites found entirely encompassed by a flood zone, while intersecting describes any site touching a flood zone, whether that site is completely within or partially covered by a zone. Here's an overview of the results. Here we have the number of sites within an intersecting being shown, along with the percentage of sites that they cover out of the total 14,226 that were surveyed. A Class 1 flood describes as flood that encompasses Zone 1. Class 2 encompasses Zones 1 and 2, as the flooding would only rise from the previous zone. And Class 3 encompasses all 3 zones. This is an overview map to give kind of a general overview of the sites as well as the flood zones. I'll break these down more in a moment. As you can see, there's a legend on the bottom that shows where each of the classes are, but we're a bit too far zoomed out to really see any of them up close. So classes 1 and 2 that are in blue, you can't really see that. So that is why here I have each of them highlighted. From left to right, we have zones 1, 2, and 3. You can also see how they progressively get larger and cover more land. And here we have a visual representation of the sites in each zone. Once again, left to right, zone 1, 2, and 3, representing the number of sites that would be affected by each class of flood. The main point here is that nearly half of the archaeological sites in eastern Kansas experience some risk of inundation and therefore flood-based erosion. It's crucial to examine the nearly 440 sites currently within a Class 1 flood zone. These sites that make up nearly 3% of all archaeological sites in eastern Kansas are at the most risk of erosion and are possibly even being eroded right now, as some of them overlap the rivers that are within each zone. Flood Zone 2 is also important to consider, as sites within those regions experience the most risk when significant flooding occurs, and they comprise of nearly 4.5% of all archaeological sites in eastern Kansas. And as I mentioned earlier, Class 3 represents a more hypothetical scenario of an extremely severe flood. So although these sites are not currently at high risk of inundation, the 6,500 sites within this area are still important to consider as future weather becomes more variable and severe as the effects of climate change intensify. I mean, just take a look at the rain that we had earlier this summer. That was kind of crazy. Since there is a significant difference between classes 2 and 3 in the amount of flooding that they cover, roughly 5.2 to 51 feet of flooding difference, it would be beneficial to establish more flood zones in the area encompassed by Zone 3, as it would provide more specific language and better risk assessment to use when discussing site preservation. Additionally, although eastern Kansas is most prone to precipitation and flooding, and that was the portion of the state that was investigated, to get an understanding of how flood-based erosion impacts all archaeological sites within Kansas as opposed to just eastern Kansas, it would be useful to find an available data set that encompasses the entire state. There are over 15,000 archaeological sites across Kansas that are worth assessing for risk of inundation and erosion. Here are my references. Thank you all for listening to me, and I am now open to questions.
Thank you for that very interesting information. When you talk about the eastern part of Kansas, are you dividing it like into thirds, into half? Where do you draw the line when you talk about eastern Kansas?
So I went based off of the available depth to flood data set that we had, and it covered, I guess more accurately, eastern and central Kansas. As you all saw kind of in the maps, I can go back here to look too. It kind of cuts off in a weird spot, and we're really just missing that like very small like western third of Kansas.
Hi, thank you for the really interesting talk. I was just curious, now that you've identified some of these regions, what are some of the preservation techniques that can be applied to try to preserve some of these sites? I mean, it's pretty wide-reaching number of archaeological sites you identified. I'm just curious what the preservation techniques that might follow on might be.
So that's a little beyond my scope of research. I was more focused on the causes of flooding and the effects of flood-based erosion. But the hope for this research would be to draw attention to the issue so that people who are more knowledgeable on site preservation can kind of get those conversations and action plans going. I definitely think that preservation methods would be really interesting to research, and I would like to research that in the future. But at the moment, that is the extent of my knowledge, unfortunately.
Thank you, Genesis. Our next presenter this morning is Beatriz Moscoso.
Hi, good morning. My name is Beatriz Moscoso, and I'm a psychology major. My mentor for this project is Dr. Michelle Patrick, who has done research on the intersection between access to healthcare and self-advocacy for individuals with autism. Our research project was, as you can see up there, on parent satisfaction with Wichita's Applied Behavior Analysis Services. So why was I interested in this subject in the first place? Well, according to the Kansas Department of Education, reported autism diagnoses in Kansas schools rose from 1,398 in 2005 to 5,928 in 2022. To help meet rising demand, HeartSpring, a major provider of autism services in Wichita, Kansas, which is pictured up there, acquired 2 new buildings for pediatric outpatient services in 2024. Autism spectrum disorder covers a wide range of symptoms, including deficits in social communication, difficulty with eye contact, with social interactions, and with managing transitions. One of the main, although sometimes controversial, treatment options for people with autism is applied behavior analysis, or ABA, which uses positive reinforcement to produce desired behaviors. The controversy has to do with people believing that it is too tough and rigid a treatment and that it causes children to suppress harmless self-stimulatory behavior. So some similar studies to ours include Bullet, Osier, and Haffon's 2024 study on the Experience of Service Questionnaire, or ESQ, which determines parent satisfaction with psychological health services in a clinical setting. The ESQ is a 2-factor system. First, there's a care factor, and that covers questions on the individual relationship between parents and therapists. And then there's an environment factor that primarily focuses on accessibility to services and ease of transportation. And then in a similar study by Yi and colleagues, parents reported anxiety and dissatisfaction associated with long waiting times for diagnosis, lack of referral systems, insufficient assessment, lack of professionalism, and lack of follow-up. After reading through these studies, we were interested in using them as a springboard for ours. There's a lack of data on parent satisfaction with applied behavior analysis services in Wichita, which is what this study aimed to measure. This information could help community providers better tailor their intervention services, give potential service providers a roadmap to success, and present information to parents about local services that meet the individual family's needs. So to participate in this study, respondents had to be 18 years or older and parents of children with autism who received applied behavior analysis services. Flyers with a QR code were posted to various clinics in the Wichita area, and emails were also sent out with a link to a survey through Qualtrics. The 26 questions were partly based off of the Experience of Service questionnaire, with questions 1 through 6 asking for consent and service delivery methods. So are those services received in home, in person, through telehealth, in clinic? And then questions 7 through 15 are on a 5-point Likert scale. These questions relate to those care and environment factors in the ESQ that I talked about earlier. Then questions 16 through 26 collect demographic information like child's age, do they receive other services, do they have an individualized education plan or IEP, are they in school, how many hours of ABA do they receive per week, do their parents pay with insurance or do they private pay, level of their parents' education, and parents' relationship to the child, like biological, adoptive, or foster parents. The results of this study were small. Only 3 parents took the survey. They were all biological, 2 paid through insurance, and 1 was private pay. All were college educated, all their kids had an IEP and attended school, as well as other services in addition to ABA. Their children were 6, 10, and 12 years old. 2 children received services in person, 1 through telehealth, and 2 in-home, with 1 in clinic. And as for those ESQ survey questions, 1 parent answered disagree to most of these questions on the side here, like people who work with my child listen to me. The second parent answered majority agree, which you can see in the second row of that chart up there. And then the last one answered mostly disagree and neutral. As shown by these results, 2 parents' responses suggested dissatisfaction with ABA services. The parent of the 6-year-old was the most dissatisfied, which suggests the possibility of a difference between services for older and younger children. However, the 6-year-old also had in-home telehealth services, which could also contribute to that difference. It's hard to tell if the number of hours of ABA had anything to do with satisfaction, as the parent who was the most dissatisfied answered they were unsure how many hours of ABA their child received. However, the parent whose child had the most hours of ABA, which was 20 hours, mostly agreed with these questions, suggesting a relationship between more ABA services and higher levels of satisfaction. We also found that all of the children had previously received or were currently receiving other services in addition to ABA, such as speech, physical, and occupational therapy. The parent whose child had the most currently ongoing services aside from ABA was also the one who answered with the most satisfaction to those ESQ questions. So the obvious limitation of this study is the small pool of participants. This led to a shortage of noteworthy conclusions and diversity in responses. More participants would have been helpful for drawing correlations between the way parents answered certain questions and their demographics. Also, surveys are always subjective, which could reduce validity of findings. And in general, this can be a sensitive topic, and I'm sure many parents don't want to take time out of their busy day to fill out a survey in clinic. So for the future, it's still important to inform service providers on parent satisfaction with the services their child receives. That way, services can be better tailored to the best interests of everyone involved. The information gathered in even this small survey suggests dissatisfaction with services. It'd be interesting to see if this holds true with a larger sample size, which could be achieved by putting an incentive in the survey. Future research can also account for differences in autism symptoms, such as where a child lies on the spectrum. And a study on child satisfaction with services would also be interesting, as Bullet, Osher, and Hafon noted in their study that child satisfaction and parent satisfaction can differ. And also, interviews with parents would be a good way to get more of their opinions. So in conclusion, this study aimed to collect data on parent satisfaction with ABA services, and although there is not currently enough data to disseminate to service providers, it can still be a good starting point for future research. And a bunch of references. And are there any questions? Yes.
So, if, like, do you know if there's any kind of chart that can, like, show, wait, is there any, hold on. As someone who is autistic myself, do you think there's anything, like, that could help? Or, like, anything you've known that could kind of, like, help out, like a service that could help, like what's something that could work for your child?
Well, what I was just talking about is one of the services that clinics provide.
All right.
And that's why I was trying to find out if people are actually satisfied with those services.
Yeah. Try that with more, all right?
Okay.
All right, sis. Hello.
You can give the mic back now.
Oh, okay.
I hope you don't get discouraged because of the small sample size, because I think this really is important. So I would tell you, please keep on pursuing this. Have you considered maybe giving some incentives for people to fill those out? That way, one of the things that you might be finding is the people that are the most dissatisfied may have been the ones that clicked on that. And so without the incentive, you may not have gotten some of the positive feedback as well. So maybe doing something incentive-wise and kind of comparing what you see at Heartspring to if they had any previous services might also help kind of capture whether Heartspring is doing better. I can only imagine it must be a very difficult situation. And so how satisfied somebody is may be relevant to what they had previously.
Yeah, that would definitely be pretty interesting to find out.
Thank you, Beatriz. Our next presenter this morning is Kaya Russell.
So many tall people. Oh, man. Hello, my name is Kaya Russell. I am a psychology major. I'm going into my senior year. My mentor was Dr. Clark, and we did our research over the risk of virtual addictions and borderline personality disorder-like symptoms. So to start with, you need the internet to do pretty much anything and everything today. You need it for social life, you need it for work, and you need it for school. And something that you can do with the internet is research, like I did. And something that you can research is addictions. But many of these addictions are only for the in-person version of them, such as gambling and shopping. And little of these are actually looking at how addictions interact with disorders such as borderline personality disorder and impulsivity. And it's overall just not research as much. And because of this, I wanted to see if there was a way to look at the possible connections between borderline personality disorder-like symptoms and online addictions, as well as seeing the risk factors of online addictions on people who both have and do not have borderline personality disorder. How we went about this research was that we used students from WSU, all of them were 18 and above, and there were 149 participants, 43 males and 106 females. All of them did a multi-questionnaire survey, which was hosted on Qualtrics, and they were recruited using Sona, and afterwards they were given credits. Some of the questions looked at shopping, social media, smartphone, as well as video game addiction, and looked at borderline personality disorder symptoms and impulsivity. There was also a gambling survey, but this survey was specifically for in-person gambling, as there was no online version available. And we analyzed the data using a Pearson's correlation and a linear regression. Looking further into those questionnaires used, there was a demographic questionnaire. Some of the questions were looking at sex as well as age. There was the Bergen Social Networking Addiction Scale. This looked at social media usage or problematic social media usage. The Video Game Addiction Scale for video games. The Smartphone Addiction Scale as well as the Impulsive Behavior Scale were both the short versions, and both of them looked at phone use behavior, which is mainly looking at how often you check your phone and how often you're using it, as well as impulsive behavior. There was the McLean Screening Instrument for Borderline Personality Disorder, and this is what they use to measure borderline personality disorder, and it is based off of the official DSM. There was the Online Shopping Addiction Scale, and finally the Problem Gambling Severity Index, which again was in-person gambling and not online. So looking at, after analyzing all of the data, it was shown that borderline personality disorder and impulsiveness are significant with many of these addictions, aside for video game addiction, which I will explain later. Gambling, unfortunately, was not used in the final analysis. There was only 5 people who reported gambling at all, so it was not seen as significant enough to put into the final analysis. For borderline personality disorder, it was, of course, correlated with impulsiveness, as well as social media, smartphone, and shopping addiction. Impulsiveness had the extra social media, smartphone, and shopping addiction. Social media also has smartphone and shopping addiction. And finally, the only thing that was correlated with video game addiction was smartphone use. For that regression, it was seen that social media addiction, borderline personality disorder, and impulsiveness are more highly correlated as well. So looking further into what this could mean, it basically means that all of these have some sort of connection with each other. When it comes to borderline personality disorder and high impulsivity, it means that people who showcase these type of symptoms have a high risk of falling into these types of addictions. For video game addiction not being significant, there is a chance that it simply does not fall within these symptoms. There could be something else going on with video games in general that causes people to become addicted to them that cannot be seen within either BPD in general or personality disorders at all. For social media use being correlated with smartphones, they're made for mobile use. Most apps are specifically made so that you can have access to them on your phone at all times. It makes sense as to why it gives that impulse, because if you have it, you're going to use it and you're going to check it. When it comes to impulsiveness, video game addiction, and shopping, all of these have, again, that ease of access. For shopping addiction, it is very easy online to just click 2 buttons and you've already purchased $50 worth of things. You can store information such as your shipping address and your credit card information, which makes it far easier to become addicted to buying these things because you are less likely to think if you have to go out and get it versus getting it on your phone. For that video game addiction as well, there is that access. You have it on your phone. There are consoles that you can bring anywhere. It has become easier to use these things. And as the regression showed us, social media, it could be exacerbated by a whole bunch of other symptoms of borderline personality disorder. There's things such as low self-esteem, there's interpersonal relationship issues, and there's depression, which on itself has already been seen to have issues with social media. When it comes to social media as well, you have access to what people are doing constantly. And because of this, you might become more aware of what everyone is doing. You're going to want to talk to people more because you might feel entitled to talking to them, and that could be highly exacerbated by social media, which explains the correlation. Looking at some of the limitations, everyone was from WSU, and there was only 149, and a majority of them were around the age of 19 to 21, 22. So there isn't much of a tell of how this could be or how this might affect older adults as well as younger adults or younger people in general. When it comes to the future directions, there should overall just be more measures to study these types of addictions. If we're going to have the internet be with us at all times, then there should be more studies on how the internet can affect all of us, as well as looking at gambling. As the issue when it came to gambling is that people may not think of gambling in the same way that it has been researched. And when you think of gambling, you might be thinking of going to the casino. But there are other forms of gambling that could be seen in today, especially when it comes to video games, such as loot boxes and gacha games that make you spend your real money to get in-game currency to maybe get something that you want. So it makes it harder to measure how these are going to affect someone if someone isn't even thinking of gambling in that way. And then finally, there should be more studies when it comes to borderline personality disorder in general, as well as the addictions, because this can ultimately lead to treatment. So putting it all together, these all are significant. They should be researched. The internet's not going away anytime soon, and it can only lead to more problems if we don't nip it in the bud now. Here are all my references. It's a lot, and I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Have you considered expanding this research to look at different generations? Because I know, like, when I look at my family, I have older relatives who spend a lot less time on the internet versus younger people in my family that spend more time. And I'm curious how the impulsivity and BPD would be affected sort of by what is normal for certain generations.
Yeah, I would like to look at other generations. I definitely think that a lot of these, such as video game addiction, might be seen more in a younger demographic, while other ones, such as shopping, could be seen in a older demographic, because they are actually the ones who have the money and the sources to buy these things. So when it comes to borderline personality disorder, though, it is kind of hard for children because you cannot diagnose that until you are an adult. So it also just depends.
Would you be interested in looking at a population that's not within the college institution? People who aren't taking classes might have more time to engage in behaviors like gaming and gambling.
Oh yeah, definitely when it comes to like video games and gambling. It might be easier when it comes to kind of an older demographic who might only have to worry about work and they have more free time and don't have to worry about any after school activities or homework. Maybe even younger people could have more time to do these things, as when you are done with school and homework, you have nothing else to do. And then there's also the summertime and breaks that give you far much more time. So absolutely.
Dr. Clark, can we bring you up? And Kaya is a first-time presenter. As always, we like to recognize our mentors who show up. If you could take a picture. I mean, you all show up every day. I recognize that. I meant here.
All right, our last presenter this morning is Garrett Knight.
Hello, everyone. I want to thank you guys for coming in today. I'm going to adjust this just real quick because I got to be a little loud. It's fine. All right, there we go. All right, I want to thank you guys for coming in today first. I know it's been a little bit longer, and I know it's been kind of a longer morning, but that's okay. We've had a lot of great presentations, and I thank you guys for sitting through mine, too. And so, here we go. So my name is Garrett Knight. I am currently a rising senior at Wichita State University. I am researching music cognition. That's what my bachelor degree in music is kind of wrapped around. I have 3 different mentors: Dr. Long, who is the assistant professor of music theory; Dr. O'Brien, who is the assistant professor in the Department of Communication Sciences and Disorders; and then Dr. Mathili Menon, and she is the associate professor, not assistant, sorry, and director of linguistics. And so this is from Sound to Snapsies, and this looks at music's ability to manipulate and impact our emotions and perceptions. So we're looking at 3 core areas. We're looking at psychological states, the idea of emotions. We're looking at emotional intelligence, the ability to recognize those, and then mental imagery. So why are these important? We're using these to disrupt this idea of universalism within music. And this can also be led to personalized experiences with music and its possible benefits and uses. So to do that, we ask ourselves, How does purposeful engagement and usage of music influence emotional recognition, mental imagery, and psychological states? Looking at emotional intelligence, we want to look at, does this enhance empathy? Does this enhance emotional intelligence? As well as, do people with higher intelligence within their emotions have different responses than those with lower? Then looking at psychological states, how does this alter mood, arousal, stress? And can it be used to help regulate emotions? So how would we do something so specific yet so complex? Here, we have Braun and Clark's 2022 thematic analysis and observation of subconscious physical patterns using a qualitative exploration with EI-moderated responses to music that was performed. There were 6 adults from ages 18 to 25. Due to frontal lobe not being fully developed until about 25, emotions are more interactive once, or before that age of 25, sorry, not once you hit it. And of course, no significant hearing loss, so they could, of course, hear the music. And then, as you can see on our diagram, we got consent, and then we led on and had our emotional intelligence test, as well as our sound check using a blindfold and noise cancellation headphones to help just kind of give some sensory deprivation. Then they listened to 4 different songs that were out of 5 different categories in our pool. They were randomized, and so the 5 categories that they could have gotten a song from was vitality, connection, wonder, tension, and longing. My pinky didn't work for some reason. And then every song, they were asked to take off their headphones, not the blindfold, to be asked if this were in a movie montage, what would be happening during the montage while it played? And so this was to help avoid bias, but also give them a generalized area to kind of stick to help us get an ability to connect different storylines. And so using that analyzed individual physical observation connected with their verbal observations, there was cross responses that were analyzed using that thematic coding I mentioned. So what's so useful about this, and what is this doing? Here we found 6 themes connected into 3, I'm getting my numbers mixed up today. 3 different categories under psychological scaffolding. We have emotional transition or transformation and resilience, and then nostalgia and escapism. Second was cultural resonance with cultural influence and nature versus technology, and the neural synchronization used our somatic engagement and duality and contrast themes. So looking at our psychological scaffolding, often what happened was there was times that memories were brought back to them and they were kind of in those memories, and then they used that time to transform into a resilient module. So they had this story that went from kind of the struggle to resilience using the music that they heard. Cultural resonance, we looked at cultural influence. This was one thing that 100% of all of our participants experienced for every song. So whenever it says 100% of participants, that's what it means for every song, all of our participants. They used this idea of nature and technology as a part of their cultural background to help them really bring together these points and help them cross that line with their story within the music. And then for neural synchronization, we looked at duality and contrast, and that's the ability for 2 different sections to evoke 2 different emotions at once. And so using those can help create a big cluster of emotions that we can't truly define without using that ability for duality and contrast. And then somatic engagement is something that's huge that you probably already know that you do today. So whenever you listen to music, you can see subject 1, 4, and 6 had very big breath synchronization with the pulse, with the rhythm, with the music. And they were all impacted physically without noticing. And so this helps us lead on to what I want to explain as a live experience. We're taking one of the songs from the pool, and we are giving you an experience to be able to experience all the 6 themes. I'm saying experience a lot too. But yeah, so as we go on, I'll explain the topics to you. Test Drive, How to Train Your Dragon is one of the most recognized songs from the franchise. Often it's taking people back to their memories, their childhood, and watching the movie. What's also being used is a Northern European Viking rhythmic group from previous history to help develop that idea of perception. So here, there's a usage of technology within the sound design to help create more suspension and momentary build. So you hear the contrast, building, there's an exciting melody, and all of a sudden we're tension, and we're filled with tension. The usage of this tension and chaos turns our all into stress. And then suddenly, we go from that to We're resolved. We're excited. Physically, we didn't do anything to build energy, but it was still released. So that's where that somatic engagement comes in. That energy that was just released as we listened is the exact kind of energy and full body somatic engagement we found within the research. So now we can look at theoretical implications. As I looked around, I saw some smiling, some head nodding, some people kind of glazed over remembering whenever they saw the movie, and that's exactly what that somatic engagement is, as well as the other themes that were experienced. So to move on, I want to look at some theories beforehand that we were looking at before we started the actual project, and that's the cognitive view and the universalist view. And granted, these are inside the music cognition world, not universal. And so cognitive view sees music as representative rather than causal. This project shows the causal ability of music to cause these emotions. Universalists believe that music is equally responded to through every group. This shows that cultural and autobiographical background filter and shape perception. It's a filter rather than just something that happens. A new thing that was kind of a surprise to find in a theme, as this was mainly used to really understand the person and how they responded, was emotional intelligence. We found a new dimension that could be used within emotional intelligence, and that's a combination of both our background, our autobiographical and cultural background, and our physiological background. What we experience when we experience these emotions. How do these emotions come to life? Does one thing cause a specific reflection in emotion because this happened to me but not to them? Is that why it's happening? That's a whole new layer to add on to this idea of emotional intelligence. And then that leads on to metaphorical literacy. Often what's happening is people don't know how to express their emotions without using metaphors. So expanding that idea of a metaphorical literacy can help us understand one another and their emotions even better. So a few limitations I want to talk about is this usage of 6 participants in only 4 different cultural categories. That's just not enough for generalization anywhere in any topic. And then of course, we need to create a very solidified and set coding manual to go off of as we continue and include neural imaging to see the actual neural reaction instead of just off of what we think may happen, although that is what we found. And so leading on, this information shows a combination of cognitive ability synchronizing. This leads to my new developing theory, the multidimensional unified synchronization effect theory. There's 3 already existing core principles. The temporal binding mechanism, where all brain parts work as a team rather than individually. The hierarchical predictive integration, that's where your brain is constantly predicting what's happening next to help avoid any form of fight or flight, anxiety, or unawareness of what's going to happen. And then our adaptive resonance theory, or in here it's called the threshold as the layer that we want to look at. A way that I figured out how to kind of explain it is this idea of a comfort zone and outside of your comfort zone. There's a line of your comfort zone that you're in. Whenever your brain hears music and there's something that just catches you off guard, you're automatically drawn to it. That's your brain going outside of that comfort zone into new boundaries, and it's bringing you in and immersing you even more. So once you break that art threshold, you'll be more immersed into the music. And so using that, this theory uses the developed ideas that music synchronizes all neurosomatic and autobiographical background to help develop psychological responses. There's no universal emotion meaning ever in music. Rather, it's individualized during real-time construction using personal relevance and resonance. And then, of course, as I mentioned, aesthetics are only experienced when our art threshold is surpassed. This explains why a single song or music will evoke exponentially different responses, either whenever you listen to it again in the future or when somebody else listens to it. Same song, different responses. So the 4 areas that I kind of covered was the fact that you don't hear music, you experience it, and you never experience it the same way twice. Cultural and physical reactions and responses have just as big as a role in music than the music itself does. And then one song does not have a set emotion or feeling. It's very broad, it's very transferable, and it's alive with expression to the listener who listens. And then the analysis of music could be further understood using the Muse score theory. Muse score is a composition app, by the way. I don't know why I said that. Muse theory, allowing for the harnessing of music's magic-like abilities. So one final thing. In physics, as string theory believes the world is made up of resonating strings, it also kind of implies that that's the heartbeat of the world, of us. It's music. The world is performing a symphony. It's us who truly listens to the music it creates. Will you take the moment to truly listen? Thank you. And I'm open for any questions.
So the example for music that you gave here for the immersive experience didn't have any lyrics in it, but I was wondering how you might think the addition of lyrics into songs would affect like people's emotional, psychological states. Because during your practice presentations, one of the songs that you were originally thinking about including did have lyrics. So I was kind of wondering how you think that might affect it, or even if someone listened to lyrics in a language that they don't understand, or anything like that, or if that's something that you'd be interested in researching.
Yeah, so with this project, we actually tried to look at that. That's where that idea of this universalized music doesn't exist. Doesn't matter kind of what you use with lyrics, you can take it a different way. It depends on what you listen to at the time that you listen to it. Whenever something becomes passive listening, it's almost like white noise. We don't fully embrace it, we don't integrate it. When we're focusing on something, it's the same way when we listen to music. You know, if we listen to the drum part, it's going to be completely different than when we listen to the electronic, you know, guitar part or the synth part, just because of the fact that we're focusing on a completely different part. You're never going to integrate a bunch of stuff at once, unless, of course, it's a solo piece, solo piano, stuff like that. You're never going to integrate it all at once, but it's all there to be ever expansive. And so that's kind of the way that I see music after this research. We did have quite a bit of a difference with the lyrical, but that was more response type rather than actual imagery type. So we use the imagery as a form of analysis and what they experienced and compared those. The actual imagery they experienced wasn't too impacted by the lyrics. It was rather the way they expressed it. So saying something a specific way versus saying, oh, at this specific line, I experienced this. So that would give them the ability to actually explain it more and precisely explain it versus a song without lyrics. But that is probably something we'll look at again in the future as we develop a broader source and pool.
Awesome, thank you.
That was a little long, sorry.
I was wondering if you made sure the participants hadn't heard the music before, or if that didn't matter, if you didn't think that mattered to what you were doing.
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I actually purposely put in a few songs that I knew they would recognize. Some of them recognized songs I didn't know they would. But How to Test Your Dragon? Test Drive from How to Train Your Dragon. That one was purposely put in because I knew that that was a very popular song, and I wanted to see the response that happened with a recognized song versus an unrecognized song on a generalized level. And very commonly with the recognized song, it was more of a aligned experience with what they recognize, especially with a cinematic piece like this. It develops more of a bias towards what they're experiencing. But there was some form of stray off almost always. I think there was one response that listened to this song that didn't go that direction and kind of stuck with the direction of the show. But almost every response that was slightly aligned with it had their own actual story that was different. Thank you.
Can we get Dr. O'Brien up here today too? Garrett had a very complex project and had 3 mentors, and we're really excited to have Dr. O'Brien here with us today. You guys. Okay, and then before we move on, Garrett asked to share some words about his experiences with McNair. Given we're celebrating 30 years here, I thought that was an appropriate thing to do, and so we're going to let him have the mic for just a few more minutes.
Hi guys, I'm back. Let me pull this out because we had to do some rewriting. Paper's beating me up. So last December, I stood in my music director's office. I was pretty ready to drop out. I literally asked him, how do I drop out of college? And it was a rough moment. I felt like I was drowning. My GPA dropped to the lowest it's ever been, even in high school. I was at a 2.4. I was barely hitting academic standing. And I believed I was wasting my time, my money, and my future. I believe I could get started now because I was just done. But I also just joined McNair on a probationary basis. And this was during a time where I felt like I didn't belong on campus, where I didn't kind of belong anywhere. And I've done music forever, like my whole life, and I still felt like I wasn't a part of it. But when I returned in January after that and began my research, something completely shifted. McNair didn't see my late start, rather they saw my ideas. And for the first time in years, someone looked at my work and said, "This is awesome." And I began to live again. I ate better, I slept better, started to believe in myself. Kid you not, a year ago May, I was 240. I'm 160, so pretty big difference just from what finding your path does. And now 4 months later, we're in April, yes. I presented my raw ideas at a research forum, ERCAF, and placed 3rd out of nearly 30 students. I was the only one without data and just presenting a proposed project. And that, I'm still riding that high right now, actually. And so that semester, I earned straight A's for the first time since high school. And my GPA rose from a 2.4 to a 3.08. But more than grades, McNair gave me back my pride, my excitement, and my sense of belonging. McNair isn't just a program. It's a family. And it's the reason I'm still here, pushing forward. Every time I practiced, I didn't even cry. So this is the first. Y'all are experiencing raw. But cutting McNair isn't just about budgets. It's about leaving those students like me who are still in the dark, although I'm not, and waiting for someone to believe them and believe in them. I am living proof of what happens when we invest in potential. McNair gave me my future. Thank you.
I don't know if I can do this without crying. Before we break for we have two more things before we break for lunch. First, I want to recognize and acknowledge the continued support that we've received from the WSU Graduate School, and I want to bring Dr. Colleen Pugh up. So I hope you join me in welcoming her. She has been a continuous supporter of McNair and supported several of our WSU alumni as they've navigated the graduate school process.
Hello, everyone. Oh, I have a slide. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Yeah. So I just want to congratulate all of you, especially the McNair Scholars Program in general. I heard that term cutting program, so I've been watching. That's not true yet, right? Okay, good. So thank you. I'm glad to hear that. But 30 years, that's huge, especially with such an important program as this. So congratulations to the program itself. Congratulations to Ashley on putting on such a wonderful program, and end of the summer or end of the year research symposium. I'm always very impressed with the brochure also and how informative it is. I think it does a great job of summarizing Ronald McNair's accomplishments and the reasons for starting this. It's also, well, I should also acknowledge Ms. Colvin. I saw that she recently announced she's retiring, but starting here in the TRIO programs as an undergraduate student and then going on to lead it. So congratulations to her. But this is always such a fun activity. I really enjoy getting to hear about research and topics all across campus. I mean, where else can you hear about astrophysics at the same time as psychology and music? And I must say, I really enjoyed the part of Garrett's talk when he had music playing, and it made me think maybe we should give all of our chemistry seminars to music, require it to be choreographed, and perhaps the 3MT. Do most of you know about what the 3MT is? It's something that graduate students do internationally. It started in Australia, but it's a 3-minute thesis. So they only have 3 minutes to give a presentation on their research to a general audience, and they have 1 slide to do it. So it's always, it's designed to entertain as well as to inform, and having it choreographed to music, wouldn't that be great? Perhaps we should try to institute that. Also, of course, you had some topics that were very important to graduate students, and I appreciate that. So especially the effect of mental health, or that's become really a very big topic for graduate schools since COVID. And then also affordable housing is, of course, extremely important for graduate students, and it's something that we think a lot on campus for Wichita students. So, of course, the McNair Scholars Program is very important on campus, providing an learning and research learning and training, I guess I should say, an opportunity to perform research. For 28, is it always 28? Undergraduate students, so that's really good. First generation and students from underrepresented groups. So in 30 years, over 400 students have been able to participate in this, and of those, over 83 have actually attended graduate school here at WSU. So I'm very happy about that. And then, of course, the goal is to increase the number of students, provide opportunities for students and gateways for students obtaining doctoral degrees. And so I think of the students that have gone through this program, at least 35, probably a few more than that now, have earned their doctoral degrees. And then once again, I want to congratulate Ashley Cervantes being such a great role model and earning her doctoral degree this last year in the IEL program. So congratulations for that. Let's see, what else? Oh, yes, and I think another training opportunity that the McNair Scholars Programs is becoming leaders. And I've noticed leaders across campus here of students that have been in this program. So 2 examples. One is Tanya she was at least for the last year very involved in the Society of Physics Students. I believe she was the president last year, is that true? Okay, very good. So all of you are being trained to become leaders. And then Valeria Panetto, she, working with Sarah Mata, has been quite instrumental in the Herencia program. So that's huge for Hispanic students in the high schools here in Wichita. So let's see. So as Ashley said, we provide the lunch here, where the graduate school is very happy to be able to provide the lunch here. And we offer a few other things for McNair Scholars. So if you are interested in attending graduate school, we waive the application fee for all McNair Scholars. And then there is also an award, a scholarship that we provide each semester to McNair Scholars that are in graduate school. It's money that we actually get from the student organization on campus, and so we're always happy to be able to distribute money for that. So the last thing I want to say is we have also benefited from the McNair Scholars Program in partnering in many ways with our Delphine program, that this is the 2nd year that we have hosted it here. It's for undergraduate students. Primarily, there's 2 master's students that are in the program this year that come from Latin American countries, and they spend 7 weeks in the Delphine. And so the McNair Scholars Program welcomed them this year in their graduate and professional development activities. So we appreciate that. And hopefully we will be able to mesh our programs even more. We tried to put our symposia together this year. It didn't quite work out, but I want to make sure to invite all of you to come to that poster session this afternoon from 1:30 to 3:30. It's across the hall in 264 and 265. So I hope to see you all there, and enjoy your lunch and enjoy your success, your accomplishments, and hopefully having research projects that you are excited about continuing in the future. Thank you. I have to say, 2 years ago, Ashley gave me a date plan, and it's still alive.
Oh, good, yay! Yes, Sarah has heard. So once students graduate from the program, we've started a tradition of giving our graduates a jade plant, and they all propagate from the same plant. So I kind of like that. So thank you again, Dr. Pugh, for your continued support and for the graduate school's continued support. Before we break for lunch, we're honored to hear from someone who has been a cornerstone of our program for over a decade. That's as long as I've been here with McNair, so I'm not sure how much longer, but for quite a long time. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Berzer, who is this year's recipient of the LaWanda Holtfields Advocacy Award. Dr. Berzer has presented about selecting a mentor and professionalism for, again, over 10 years. And so he's lent his expertise and insight to every cohort of McNair Scholars for over 10 years. And we really appreciate his willingness to come in even on Saturdays and provide his support. And so we're going to recognize him and give him a few minutes to speak.
Now, Dr. Cervantes didn't tell me I was going to get this award. This is a surprise, but thank you very much. My time with McNair has actually been about 20 years now, and since that time I was first asked to put together a workshop to teach the McNair Scholars about, finding an effective mentor, things to look for, and then professional skills once you get out of college and skills that you'll need in graduate school. And so I used to do that twice a year, and then now it's down to one a year, usually every autumn. So it's great to be in this room with all this brilliance. Not only the faculty, but all these McNair students sitting here. And why do I have to be the one to hold everyone up for lunch? No, I just want to say that, for the McNair students, how many will be back in the fall? Okay, please stop by the Undergraduate Research and Creative Activity Hub in the library and visit, and we can tell you a lot of the things we're doing over there. We're trying to get undergraduate students more involved in research, and we can be that connection for you. We have faculty, we have a database we're developing, and we can tell you what faculty are doing what and try to hook you up for mentorships with a faculty team, a student team, whatever the case may be. But please stop by and see us, and we'll tell you what we're all about. The other thing I would just say, for those of you that are graduating and going on to graduate school, choose your graduate school wisely, take visits to it, and hopefully you'll come here anyway, so you don't have to worry about taking a visit. But that's very important, because it has to be a very, very good fit for you and the faculty. And lastly, stay in contact with your mentors. I still have McNair students that I did years ago that will get a hold of me today and ask about jobs in certain places. And many of them I've gotten, I knew someone at a university and was able to hook them up there, and now they're working there. So that's important. And network a lot, okay? And thank you so much for this award. I did not expect this, so good luck to you.
That concludes our research presentations, and we will break for lunch. Prior to that, can I get all of my researchers up to the front? We're going to take a group picture real quick, and then I promise you can eat. Guests, you can start the line if you would like. Thank you so much for being here.